Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We have some breaking news. We have a really big storm right now in North Dakota. I wasn't really expecting to go live today, but this storm in particular is rapidly rotating right now. It just had a tornado on the ground, and it looks like it's about to drop an even bigger tornado in southern North Dakota. Right now, this storm is has been observed near the Selfridge area of North Dakota and is moving eastbound towards Fort Yates. It's going to be approaching the Missouri River, and it's eventually going to go towards Route 83. Now, this is a relatively rural area. That's the good news. The bad news is that there are people that do live here, and we have to watch this very closely because if a tornado does drop, I think it will be a big one. So if you are anywhere here in southern North Dakota, you need to be on alert for this storm. Velocities have been very strong overall in the mid levels and even the low levels. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot of a very large wall cloud right now from Tyler Kurtz. We are going to go to him. We have Connor Croft, Brandon Kopic. We also have Corey Gherkin, PA Storm Trackers, Ben Williams. We have basically 6 storm chasers out in the field right now on this particular supercell that has a very impressive hook echo, has a very strong inflow notch, a very large wall cloud, and this is probably one of the most impressive supercells that I've personally seen on radar in probably about 3 months. Now, if it produces, it's probably going to be a large tornado. These are the velocities that we're currently dealing with near Selfridge. Again, pretty rural area. It is going to be going towards a campground and also a trailer park back over near Fort Yates. That's going to be basically what's in the track of this, and then it will eventually go towards a river. Velocities are very strong. They are ripping right now, and this is definitely going to have the potential for producing some sort of large tornado as this does continue to move to the east. I do want to show you the base velocities on radar as well to give you an idea of that, lower level rotation, a little bit off the ground. You can see how strong it is. We have a very strong amount of rotation a few thousand feet off the ground near Selfridge, which is pretty indicative here of a very, favorable environment right now for a tornado. The only thing that's going to really stop this storm will be this convection to its south. So we are watching that closely, but at this point, it is very possible that we do see a large tornado here in the next few minutes. I have to fix Tyler Kurtz's thing here real quick, but this is Tyler Kurtz. He's currently on this storm. We'll tune into him. That's the look at the wall cloud right now. It was on the ground moments ago before we went live, and now it is currently lifted, but we are probably going to be seeing another tornado here in the next few minutes, pending this does not have a merger and just, dies out here. This is what we're looking at, though, with Tyler Kurtz. Very raggedy, but large wall cloud, and, again, a lot of motion right now in the low levels. This thing is bound to drop a big tornado if a storm merger does not happen here. So we definitely have to watch this closely. Again, Fort Yates in North Dakota will be the main place in the track of this. Bottom right of your screen is that live radar shot as well. So that's what it looks like from Tyler Kurtz. Let's go to Brandon Kopic as well. Brandon Kopic's on YouTube and Radar Omega. He's currently going north towards this storm. Notice again, really impressive supercell. It is a big storm, by the way. This thing's towering, really about 65,000 feet now into the atmosphere. It is a huge storm. Here's Corey Gherkin. That is a really large wall cloud. Look at that. That's Corey Gherkin. He's also on Radar Omega and on YouTube. I did not have the stream fully set up. I gotta pull them up on audio. Yeah, this thing is definitely rotating, there's no doubt. This could be a strong tornado. If we do see another tornado out of this, it very easily could be strong, which is why we went live. It's a very rural area, but if a tornado does happen, this could go big, and it could also be strong. We wouldn't have been live if it wasn't for that. This environment is promoting that potential right now. That's why we're live. I don't usually... oh, there we go. I don't always go live for North and South Dakota events, but, this one had my eye from earlier today. This thing's gonna drop, guys. Look at the velocities. This thing is bound to drop another tornado. It's just bound to drop one. Velocities are very strong. This is back to radar right now. Very strong rotation. Definitely close to dropping a tornado. We're gonna go to let's go to Connor Croft as well. Let's pull him up. He's gonna be in the middle of your screen.
Just when I get, I think it was down.
Connor Croft has a direct view right now of this storm that is probably about to drop a large tornado if it does drop. Only thing that can really stop this is that storm merger to the south. It is a huge wall cloud.
Playing a monster. Had a little vortex there. I think it's already down based on radar. It's just uncondensed. It's got one storm merger, and then it's going to be clean air.
I started my stream not even 5 minutes ago, and somebody said, "Is today a bust?" Bruh, there's no shot.
Look at that supercell though. It's about to drop.
We have another velocity scan coming in here in a second.
I mean, it's probably
Bottom
on
right
the
of your
ground.
screen is the rotation.
We saw that one little funnel. Oh, here it goes again. About to go again, I think. Wow,
Ooh, big CG right there. Here's the latest scan. Rotation is still definitely strong. We have strong rotation, or strong velocities going away from the radar and towards the radar. A little bit of gray in between, which does indicate that there's at least some, you know, it's not tight rotation, but it is still strong rotation right now. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz here. Tyler Kurtz is looking at the same exact storm, and it is looking very rain-wrapped right now. Very difficult to see it. We're going to go back to Connor. It's just a textbook supercell from the start. And if I can, I will go back in time and show you the tornado from before. It wasn't really a large tornado. It was only on the ground for like 3 or 4 minutes. It wasn't super long tracked or anything. There's another CG.
There's the base. Getting rain wrapped.
This is technically still an observed tornado, but it is not currently on the ground, so I'm just letting you guys know. It is still technically an observed tornado warning.
Freaking rain wrap, though. It's the last thing I wanted it to do.
From what we are seeing, I don't see anything clearly that is on the ground right now.
I mean, I don't think it's
I'm going to change it, though, just in case. Something might be rain wrapped at this point. There's a massive rain curtain now out in front of that lowering. If there was a tornado, it would be in there. Go back to radar. This is again what we're looking at on radar right now at this storm. Rotation is just south of Selfridge right now. Not seeing any CC drop. We did have a CC drop on the first tornado, at least a small one. That's what velocities look like right now. Again, this is really the strongest rotation that I've seen, I think, since the Wisconsin Janesville tornado. Like, this is like kind of pretty close to that right now. This is the latest scan. Still definitely rotation. It's not tight yet. Let me go to Brandon. Brandon thinks it might be wedging. Go to Brandon Kopic. Might have a view after this hill, I'm not sure. That's his view. Still a little ways out. Let's go back to Corey Gherkin. That's what Corey Gherkin's looking at. All right, basically everybody's in the same spot. Basically everybody's in the same area. Just gonna stay on Connor for the time being.
We're completely rain wrapped, dude.
This thing, if there's a tornado, it could be large and it could be completely rain wrapped. It is. At this point, there's just a massive rain current sitting over where that rotation was. If we do get a tornado, I wouldn't be surprised with a PDS. No.
Yeah, I got a side nibble. It could be down in there.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't have gone live if it was just like a small tornado, but with how, you know, strong the rotation's been on radar.
Could be down.
There's also, by the way, as of 5:41 p.m., multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. That was about 14 minutes ago. So just before we went live, there was a tornado. Again, still, it is recycling right now, and I do think it's very close to trying to produce another tornado. Just look at the supercell. I mean, again, this is like textbook type supercell right now, moving towards Fort Yates, and it's on track to cross the Missouri River. And so the river is one of the obstacles for all the storm chasers, by the way. This river goes all the way from Bismarck back down to the Mobridge area of South Dakota. It is a long river, and so this river only has two places you can cross over: Mobridge and then also back over in Bismarck. There's no other places that you can cross over this river, so all the storm chasers stayed on the east side of it, which is why there's no storm chasers on the other side. Otherwise they would just be shocked.
There could easily be a monster in there.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay. We do have a new tornado warning, and that is also going to be an observed tornado. So this is, as of now, still a confirmed tornado over Selfridge, about 12 miles north of McLaughlin, moving east at about 10 miles per hour. This is a very slow-moving tornado by the looks of it. This is currently confirmed by weather spotters. Not sure when. That's a 5:55, so this is a minute ago. This is still a confirmed tornado. That's going to be just to the north of Maple Leaf, south of Selfridge. It is still on track to go in the direction of Fort Yates. There is a campground in this area, and so if you know any friends or family in this area, make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If you know any friends or family, though, back over maybe near the the campgrounds over here or near the mobile park or the camper park, make sure to let them know, because not all of them are going to know about this. There is no warning for this area right now, but it is something that's going to be going in their direction. Velocities are still relatively strong, nothing tight though that indicates any sort of large tornado right now, but there is a large lowering, and I do think we are very close to having a larger tornado if we don't already have one. It's again going to depend on if that storm merger really hinders the development of this storm. Again, this is what it looks like right now live. This is basically the best shot that we have. We also got Brandon Kopic. Let me go to Brandon Kopic again. That's Corey Gherkin. This is Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on YouTube and Radar Omega. That's his view. So again, it is a full-blown, just rain-wrapped area of rotation right now.
East at 10.
It's pretty photogenic earlier. Back to Connor
Man,
here.
I can't see in there. There could be a monster tornado in there. Based on velocity, it's possible it's down. Definitely possible that this is down based on velocity.
Okay, I'm going to show you real quickly, since we have a quick second. I want to go back to Connor about 15 minutes ago so you guys can see this.
Gotta see, we're still
it's about
going
here.
nuts. That is a
I'm just going to show you. This is a few minutes ago. All right, this is when we had the first tornado. I'll show you Brandon's view, but I don't think we have Brandon's POV. But that was
Tornado's
what the
on the
tornado
ground.
was. It was larger than that. That's when it was fizzling out, though. So that was about 15 minutes ago.
Tornado's
So
on
just
the
for a
ground.
disclaimer, that was the tornado earlier. What the concern basically has been here for the last several minutes is that this could become a larger tornado. So that is why we, again, went live. First tornado was only on the ground for like 3 or 4 minutes. It was a bit larger than that. That was the end of it. Because Connor was behind some hills. There's another CG. Where the cloud ground lightning's going crazy right now. I do think the storm merger is playing a factor, though. The velocities did broaden on the latest scan a little bit.
right over the river.
Still a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation right now.
Man. Wow, look at how much precipitation is in that sucker.
Further reminder, if you are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Keep you posted with the latest. Waiting for the next radar scan. We'll stay on Connor here for the moment.
Multi-vortex wedge, chat. If I had to guess. Because we saw that one vortice. So it's probably
We
down
have
the whole
6
time.
chasers. I'm trying to see if we have any other views of this.
I mean, this is just an incredible storm. Look at that, chat. Look at that mezzo. Like, you kidding me? You kidding me?
Again, there could be a tornado on the ground. It is just fully rain wrapped and it's across a river, so it's very hard to tell right now. Oh man, this could be a big time tornado that's happening. Like we can't see it. The velocities just took a massive uptick, unless it's just a glitch. The velocities just went crazy on the latest scan. We could have a big tornado brewing right now, just south of Selfridge. So the recycling stage is probably happening right now. Not getting any CC drop yet, but I do think we're about to have a big time tornado just to the south of Selfridge. Again, eventually going towards Fort Yates. It is a very slow moving storm, which is good news because it's not going to be going, towards a bunch of areas, hopefully, but this thing could go crazy. I mean, we got a very strong inflow, still got a hook on this. We got a storm merger that's kind of feeding into the bottom of this storm. We could get a Drunknado, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. Drunknado is very possible today. With how slow these storms will be moving, it is very possible that we do get a Drunknado.
Is HP. Impossible to see.
It's just so hard to tell. I mean, this could be a big tornado inside of all that rain. We can't really see it right now.
And that thing is close.
Okay, I just want to show you guys this. This was before, earlier. This is from Brandon Kopic. Again, on YouTube and Radar Omega. That was the tornado that we're talking about. So, that was the tornado right there in the middle. From earlier. Again, that was the first one. This is probably going to be a second one. Latest scan still showing very strong velocities just southeast of Selfridge. Gonna see if the CC has a big drop or not. I mean, if it does, it's gonna be fully rain wrapped. Wait for the CC to update and everything like that. CC has not updated yet. All right, still no debris signature, but very tight rotation. I personally think that if this is definitely 100% not a glitch, this is a tornado on the ground. It really took an uptick really quickly there. So there is a possibility that we just have a stationary tornado, and again, possibly a drunknado over whatever this road is, 27th Avenue. So that would be where this tornado is if it is indeed on the ground, which I feel like it is, just by looking at velocities. The velocities are very tight right now. Like, this could literally just be a drunknado right now here in North Dakota. Let's see if we have any other view of this. Again, nobody's across the river. As I've mentioned before, there is a big river dividing this storm. So this is basically our closest view of this right now. Cannot get much closer than this. Like, Connor is honestly the closest. I think Brandon's pretty close too, but...
my old spot, I think.
Alright, latest velocity scan, let's check it out.
First spot Freddie and I were at. So we're gonna lose service, guys.
This is in very far southern North Dakota near Selfridge.
For like
we're gonna go back to radar. Let's see what the velocities look like. Still no CC drop. I still think there is a tornado though, even though it might not be picking up debris. I think we do have a tornado still just south of Highway 6, southeast of Selfridge. North of Maple Leaf. Again, it's basically the middle of nowhere, which is good. There isn't really much here. The 27th Avenue, I'm not sure if there's any homes there. Hopefully there aren't. But hopefully this isn't really hitting anybody. Originally, the concern was it might go towards Fort Yates, and this is a much more populated area of at least North Dakota. There's actual buildings there. We got like a, an RV park and everything like that over there. There's a lot more stuff near the river. So we're looking at on velocities right now. Let's see. Corey Gherkin still has a view. All right, let's go back to Corey Gherkin. We'll go to Brandon Kopic.
From a strategic
this is Brandon Kopic's view right now. I think he's doing like a Fox interview right now.
Difficult because there are no river crossings. That tornado has been within 20 miles of us the whole time, and we could be right up there.
That's the look of the storm right there. I don't know if we're actually going to see a tornado. It might just be completely rain wrapped.
One thing strategically that's made it difficult. While we've been able to see it, we've been able to stream it.
Surprised how fast it became rain wrapped.
See what kind of tornado it is, and now
hey, Shauna, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
Well, so it's made things increasingly difficult. We are now in North Dakota. We just crossed over because we're right at the border. But just overall, waiting for this thing to cross the border has been the biggest.
Yes, this is the Missouri River.
Complication
is where we're at right now. We'll go back to radar for the time being. Problem is, I mean, for this particular tornadic supercell, the problem has become that we have all this storm merging activity to its south. Initially, this was very, very, very discreet, and it's kind of lost that. With that said, I still think we have a tornado on the ground. Which is kind of crazy to think that we would still have a tornado on the ground here. There's no CC drop, but we've seen this story before where there isn't anything being picked up. So there is a possibility that the CC radar is not even, it's just not picking any, like this tornado might not be picking up much. It's very possible. I still think that right there is a tornado. We could even have a tornado recycling down here too. We could have a new tornado developing to the south. It's possible that we have either one or two tornadoes here. It's very, very possible. I'm not sure if the southern radar site's gonna, yeah, it's too far. But yeah, it's very possible that we have one or maybe even two tornadoes that are on the ground right now in the same area. They are, the northern one that we're talking about, the one that we think has been on the ground, that one's not moving. It's barely moving to the east right now. Again, basically a drunknado, which is a tornado that just doesn't move. And so this one's not really moving anywhere. But if it does go anywhere, it'll probably go towards Highway 6, but that's why this pink polygon is just so large. It includes a pretty large area here. Let's see if we have any other updates here. Let's go back to... We'll go back to Brandon. That's Brandon Kopic's view of the supercell. Wedge tornado in August.
Yeah, it's really just, it's so difficult to see it.
It's very possible that we have
really
some sort of wedge or something along those lines.
It's the only issue we're dealing
we
with
just
right
don't
now.
know.
So
well, like, again, I don't know if there's any chasers that are
could be
actually
strong
on the other side of the river.
levels are that high.
None that I know of are on the other side of the river.
Problem's going to be is right now it would
and we have 6 chasers with us.
And you're just not going to be
Everybody
able to
stayed on
see
the
it.
east side, which I don't blame any of them, by the way. I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's any chasers that are on the other side of the river. And plus, it is rain wrapped. I mean, I feel like we would see something if Brandon froze, but I feel like we would see something if there was something, but it could just be fully rain wrapped.
But there is a dry line behind that. Might be what you're seeing.
All right, let me go back to
Yeah, it looks like it's a dry line.
live radar. This is the latest velocity scan. Rotation has broadened just a little bit southwest of Fort Yates. So that is the area of circulation right now, just to the southeast of Selfridge, south of Highway 6, and west of Highway 6. If we still have a tornado, which I still think we do, despite not having a CC drop, the tornado would be approaching Highway 6 right now. This is what the radar looks like right now. We also got a big wind and hailstorm going to be going right towards Bismarck, so if you're in Bismarck, just a heads up. Storms may try to reach that area. There is a tornado watch, by the way, that goes all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. That does include much of North and South Dakota. Thank you, Strange, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocity. Thank you, Tux, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I do think it's on the ground, but we haven't had any official... I mean, the last time we had anything official was 13 minutes ago, and that was at 5:55. So... All right, I'm gonna go back to Corey here. That's what Corey's looking at right now. I'm not sure if you can see anything in that big rain curtain. That's the river, by the way, right there in the middle. If you've never been to North Dakota, that is the Missouri River. Latest scan still showing pretty strong rotation. I mean, it's still tight to the point where there's probably something still on the ground. And Corey's trying to use some, like, rain vision eyes or something right now to try to see this. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this area of storms for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
That there's a walkout up there with a little lowering hanging down.
What Brandon Kopic is looking at too. We'll go back to Brandon Kopic.
Energy hasn't been able to be
That's his view. He's a
realized because the
little
environment
bit,
has
I
been
think, in
too
front of
packed.
Corey.
There hasn't
Double
been
check.
enough.
Yeah, they're kind of all in the same area right now, but yeah, that's his view right now. There's another CG.
Yeah. And what happened differently today that you guys have seen, we actually had the jet stream dip a little bit further south, and that was just enough to erode the cap that really resulted in such
He's a North Dakota bench camp, absolutely.
And invite
Definitely consider that. This is Connor Croft. We'll go back to him for
I
now.
saw it from the top of the bluff over there. If I zoomed in close up on the camera, you can see a little bit of dust.
It looked good on yours. I saw it.
A little bit of dust, and then one merger. And
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a likely still tornado on the ground southeast of Selfridge
Yeah, I mean, the
in
cold
North
front's gotta make
Dakota. It is going to be on
eventually,
track
right?
for Fort Yates.
Gotta give
So
it a
if you
small
are in this
nudge, right?
area, make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe
I think
place.
it was
If you are
about
in the
to produce
pink
a
polygon, the
major
tornado
wedge
warning,
before that merger.
it is still observed
That wall cloud was massive. The whole thing was
as of
rotating.
right now.
Looked like it had that little
Likely rain
It did
wrapped.
for a second. I got
From
that.
what we know, likely a rain wrapped tornado.
Multiple areas of concern with all of this. Thankfully, Brandon, when I'm looking at this, I look at this.
Go back to radar. We'll go back to them in a second. Thank you, Conan, for becoming a 5-month member. Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting. We will probably be live tomorrow, by the way, for those that are wondering. So we will more than likely be live tomorrow. So make sure to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. Tomorrow, by the way, just real quickly, because we have a second. This is tomorrow's risk right now. We got a little Midwest and Central Plains event. There is a large 2% tornado risk across Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. And so, yeah, I think those are all the states. I don't think it goes any further south. But yeah, that'll be for tomorrow. We'll probably be live tomorrow, pending any changes to the forecast. Thank you, Ben, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Bismarck area, Lincoln, and Mandan. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this was higher than that, because right now we are looking at a pretty decent wind field right now of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in that bright, like, blue color that's moving to the north. It's going towards 1806 and Lincoln and Bismarck. So right now that is moving directly north, much more populated up there. So if you live in those areas, definitely stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Hatch down trampolines if you've not already. If you are in either North or South Dakota, it is not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but we'll probably end up seeing some flying trampolines. They have downgraded this warning back to radar indicated, so it just got downgraded. With that said, there is a strong possibility that this is still on the ground. We just don't know for sure, because it is still a storm that is very rain-wrapped. It is probably not hitting anything, which means that the CC radar is not picking up any debris. So, yeah. Let's go back to Brandon for the time being. Brandon Kopic live on YouTube and Radar Omega. This is his view right now of the supercell storm that has produced at least 1 or 2 tornadoes at this point.
The only unfortunate part about it is, personally, we made the wrong call.
I think Brandon Kopic is regretting his decision on going on the east side of the
storm didn't
the
move.
river.
It formed further west, and we should have been west. Honestly, we should have been west.
Take your shirt off and sing.
Part of us almost did, but we didn't. And honestly, that's what stopped us from getting closer. We did get the tornado on stream.
Yeah, it's possible that we had a wedge tornado or at least a large tornado, but it was again on the other side of the river, and I don't think any chasers were there.
Time, it could have gotten closer. We could have been one of the few people over there to see it, but we didn't, and that's okay.
This ain't Twitch.
We learn from these events. Eventually, this should start
Twitch. That's
a little bit more
crazy.
east, but it is what it is. I can't complain. I mean, it should have been a better logistical decision to do it.
Your chat is something I'm well aware.
It's
okay. There's another CG.
It happens. We still got a tornado, and that's incredible.
Another CG.
And it's still ongoing to our west. It is
CG Hunter today.
Further off to the east. It's just
I think the 2% tornado risk tomorrow will go into south central Wisconsin. Probably not. No, I doubt it. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Let's see what Corey's looking at. I think Corey and Brandon are in the same spot, maybe.
He's going to go down that road and try and get some service. I don't think he's going to have much luck.
Possible CC drop. There might be. Actually, yeah, the more that I look at this might actually be a CC drop right here. That's the velocities. That might be it, but it's very, very small if it is one. Got a little bit of reflectivity drop as well there. It is possible that that is a tornado still. It is possible. Can't really confirm it, though. It's not really enough. Velocities are still very tight. They've been tight here for the last, like, 20 minutes. So it's probably been on the ground for a while. All right, here's the latest scan. We'll see if it is more definitive or if it's just dying out. Not seeing any CC drop clearly here. The velocities look like. Wow, it's still really tight. I mean, we legitimately, if we go back, again, we don't have anything officially confirmed on this, but look at the velocities over time here. This right here is like the last, like, 25 minutes. This right here. Like, this tornado, if this is a tornado, which I still think is, it is likely a drunknado. It's literally not moving. It's going south. Like this is what I'm talking about with drunknados and stuff. Like, this is like the kind of day where this stuff happens. No storm motion whatsoever. Again, no debris signature, but if that indeed is what I think it is, which I do think it is a tornado, it is completely rain wrapped. Let's go back 7 frames. I'm gonna see what the evolution of this is. Because we could even get like a tornado on the southern side down here somewhere, but this really, this supercell, if nothing merged with it, this was the one to produce something big. Just fully rain wrapped right now. This reminds me of Southwest Oklahoma, the El Dorado tornado, a little bit. Not exactly what that was, but reminds me of it a little bit. Let's go back to
tornado somewhere back.
Brandon Kopic. So again, the storm right there. It's on YouTube and Radar Omega. Latest velocity scan. I mean, really, this is the latest scan. It just came in. It still looks like a tornado just without hitting anything. Let me look at Google Maps here real quick. 27th Avenue in North Dakota. That's not the one I'm looking for. Selfridge. I'm going to try to look and see what is actually here. It might just be a farm. If it's just a farm, that would be why there's no debris signature. It literally just looks like a farm. And then it goes down towards the border. Again, that really looks like a tornado to me. Just fully rain wrapped. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let's check out Tilt 2, Tilt 3. Yeah, I mean, Tilt 2, Tilt 3, Tilt 1. I still think there's something on the ground here. Regardless of the downgrade, the velocities are still very tight. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. What is a drunk NATO? I don't know if I have my drunk NATO button working. Oh, I do. That's a drunk NATO. Corey thinks he sees it like a wall or something. Look very closely. That's what Corey Gherkin's looking at. He thinks he sees either a tornado or just a wall or something like that. Very hard to see. Thank B. Smith for the 199. Your bullhead? Yeah, that was the next storm that I was kind of watching. Yeah, I was watching that storm closely. Because anything on the southern side would have the best chance of producing a tornado. This is what Brandon Kopic's looking at. He's a little bit further back, just not zoomed in. Thank you, Shauna, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. I don't really know what that means. Thank you, Tux, also for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Gee, for the super chat earlier. A couple super chats, appreciate that. Thank you, Shauna, also for becoming a member. I don't know if I missed that. Go back to Corey and see.
I'm happy about that, but man, was that a dumb decision? We were right there.
Can't really see it, but that kind of looks like a tornado. It's like the edge of one. It looks like the edge of a tornado. It's just so hard to tell. So hard to tell. Because again, I still think we've had a tornado for a while. I just think it's been rain wrapped this entire time.
It's a lot better wide angle than it does from the dash because it gets the structure and the strike. Well, you're starting to faintly see a left.
Guys, I still think there's been a tornado here for like the last 25 minutes. I just don't think we've had a view of it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we just don't have a view of it.
Yeah, Omega did it.
Or he's gonna go back to the panned out view here. I still think that is a tornado, it's just so hard to tell. Wow, another CG. And a lot of CGs. Very, very rain-wrapped. Looks of it right now. That would be your tornado bottom right. Still southeast of Selfridge. I don't know if Connor's looking at this. Yeah, alright. We'll go to Connor here.
Look on the very touching the horizon. Left of the tree.
I mean, like,
darker contrast.
yeah, I mean it is, but we just can't tell. I mean, ooh,
That might just be
it's so close, bro. Like, but it did weaken significantly on the last scan.
Wow.
The rotation.
I mean, the amount of cloud of ground lightning strikes that we've had is insane. CG is cloud of ground lightning.
It's just playing around in the rain.
Rotation has just weakened on the latest scan, so it might be occluding now, finally.
It's not as
We are watching the southern storm that's near McLaughlin in northern South Dakota also, because that could go tornadic.
I would agree.
Still watching that one.
I see some motion now on the
Left.
the wall.
Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about.
That really closely. Also got an RFD punch probably coming.
You're only 180 subscribers
Yeah.
away from 366,000.
Take over.
Yeah.
I mean, that cold front is slowly progressing, but like down here, like this one should just go nuts, bro. Like
It's
this
not a
is-
tornado, it's a road. What?
Rotating there,
All right.
left of that.
All right, we're gonna look
Watching
over here,
live
actually.
from
There's a
Culver's.
new
Wow,
storm
what a
developing.
coincidence.
New storm developing down there. That's where the best visible tornado potential is right now.
Oh, we could go back to that spot.
We could
yeah.
be at that spot and just get it right there. Because that's a little south.
Well, at some point we will want to probably.
How's it going, Caitlin? Welcome back.
I don't know when should we make that move actually.
I might.
I don't know.
And that puts us right on the river. Or the water, at least.
Yeah, I might just
might do
look
that.
at
Well, we could see something develop here on the leading edge, too. It's just pretty unlikely. Could see something recycle.
Need a
velocity
tail
so
end
far
Charlie
behind the
situation, chap.
How's it going, Andrew?
Need the tail end Charlie.
Could all that merge into one giant supercell? I mean, it kind of already is, but I don't think it's going to merge all into one supercell. I think it's just going to be kind of clustered for a while. With that said, I think there is going to be a tornado potential with this activity for the next couple of hours. I don't think we're just done with this. I don't think this will be the only storm. I still think that with this, it's going to try to organize again and probably produce something else as it moves towards Fort Yates or Strasburg. Granted, it's not guaranteed, but it is definitely a possibility. The northern storms also back up here to the north, between Bismarck and like just south of Lincoln and whatnot. Like these ones here, these are all mostly just wind and hail storms. They have hook shapes to them, but I don't think they're going to produce much of a tornado threat. I think this will all be mostly wind and hail up here. I don't see there being much of a tornado risk up here, even though there is a tornado watch. So I think the greatest concern would be right here along the border for a tornado.
Lots of factors at play.
Brandon Kopic, see you. Again, he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. I'll probably go back to Corey. I mean, they're in the same spot. Corey's car is right there on the right, by the way. they're next to each other. That is an outflow boundary night near Bismarck. That's all that is. Thank you, Gene, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to anybody that's become a member, by the way. It really does help out the channel a lot. Being able to have all these different Storm Chaser views and also being able to upgrade our studio and everything. Do appreciate all of our members. Thank you, Cheryl, for the very generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Feeding into this storm, and that's why this became so HP. Actually, hey, we're starting
Thank
to
you,
get
Gabe,
a
for the
look.
5-month membership.
Starting to get a look at that lead edge right there. It doesn't look like anything's on the ground.
That's crazy.
where the current
Appreciate your
tornado would be. Is somewhere
support of the
probably even
channel.
behind that, buried in the rain. That's where the
Hunter
current
Hurley just
tornado
roasted
would
your
be.
hairline in the Discord server.
But there's
What
a
is it?
huge flanking line into this thing. And so anywhere along this line, if we get a new area of
What
rotation
is
to
new?
develop, we could get a more clear tornado than the one we just had. It was probably on the ground for 20 minutes back in there at least. You just couldn't see it because of the rain. Got a big time hail core. Last time I checked,
Thank you,
this thing
Waco, for
was
the
one
$5 super
tennis
chat.
balls.
I'm
It
hoping
might
to do a
be
members
more
only
or
stream this
less now.
weekend.
That was like 30 minutes ago. But
It's Labor Day weekend. Hopefully we
big
can get
hail
one
in the
in.
core, constant thunder. You can also see a
Another
little bit
CG.
of structure as this starts to stream in. I think the structure is going to get better through the night because as we head later into the evening, as it get dark, our surface temperatures start to cool, but the air aloft stays relatively warm compared
Lynn,
to the
we're in North
surface.
Dakota.
That
It
starts
says
to
it in the
eat
title,
away
too.
at some of the low-level clouds and usually results in big-time pancake stack supercell type structure. So best case scenario here is this crosses the river
you just say
and
pancakes?
right at
I'm
sunset.
getting hungry.
we start
Hey,
to see
Jane, for the
big-time
$5 super
pancakes,
chat.
and there's
Appreciate
still
that.
just enough low levels here to drill through the inversion from those warmer
Connor's
temps
having a
aloft,
yap
so you get
fest.
the craziest
I feel like he's been
combo.
talking for like
What all
5
storm
straight minutes.
chasers look for crazy structure with the tornado underneath it.
He's nerding out. He's geeking out right now.
That would certainly be ideal. That would be the ideal situation here because we're gonna see something cool. There's nobody lives here. Nobody friggin' lives here, so
I think the longest I've ever heard him talk.
what I'm
It's like
hoping
5
for.
straight minutes.
man, this thing's
All right,
just slow.
very good explanation. We kind of missed the beginning of the explanation, but let's see. Velocities haven't updated in 6 minutes. I don't know why. Actually, the radar hasn't updated in like 6 minutes. Did the radar go out? That wouldn't be good. If the radar went out, we don't have really a radar site to go off of other than the Rapid City one. Uh-oh. That might not be good. We actually might have lost the radar site. It is possible, because the radar has not updated in almost 5 minutes. It's the longest it's gone without updating in like 3 hours. Don't know. We'll let you know. If it doesn't update in like 1 or 2 minutes, we're probably chalked without a radar. That is a beautiful leading edge, though, of this Supercell. Gotta say that. Thank you, Kim, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Another outage? Might just be. I mean, it's not an outage. It would be because of the severe storm that just went into
Let's see if
Bismarck.
I keep service going down this road.
That would be
I'm
why.
just curious to see what the visual. Because I know Reed went down this way, so if we lose service, I'll just go right back. Oh, yeah,
Aberdeen,
we're going
South
straight.
Dakota has a radar
Okay.
site. Aberdeen's not going to help. Oh, Aberdeen's like over here. It's still not going to help that much.
This might bring us right to the
very
river,
distant.
so I'm just curious about the service.
Yeah, we may have low-key just lost the radar site, though.
Here.
May have just lost the radar site. Might be cooked. Can I have a dinner recommendation to make this week? Make some mac and cheese. That's a really difficult recipe to make. Chicago? Chicago's not on the risk today. And tomorrow probably won't see much either. I'll probably have another video tomorrow morning. Keywords probably. Depends on how tired I am. We are currently 130 subscribers from 366,000. If you are new to the channel, hit the red button down below and subscribe. To Connor as well. Impressive supercell structure. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we're going to go back to radar real quick. This is what we're looking at on radar right now. Again, near Bismarck, we do currently have a wind bag basically going right into Bismarck. The belief is that this radar site has gone out. At least from what I'm seeing, because the radar is not updated in 7 minutes. So the wind has probably knocked out the radar site, meaning that this is probably producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. That is currently near I-94, and that's going to continue to move northbound. I don't really see there being much of a tornado risk up here. I would say it's low. It's not zero, but it is a lower risk up in this part of North Dakota. So from about Minute back towards Bismarck at I-94. South of I-94 is where that greatest risk is. Even then, you know, the main concern is going to be with this area of storms right near the South Dakota and North Dakota border, where the hodographs are the most curved. So that's what we're looking at in general. The radar site that's further away still shows a large but broad area of circulation near Fort Yates. This is the only radar site that is currently working. So, other than the one in Rapid City, because the northern one I think is just out. I think it's gone. So, haven't had anything official, but I'm guessing it is out. But more than likely, that rotation is
stationary.
still going. It's probably just
But
more
as soon as
mid-level
we go
rotation now.
approach it, then it's gonna start moving at 40.
Oh yeah. Well, that cold front's coming, so
The tornado warning does continue for 15 more minutes. It has not been canceled or anything like that yet. This is the view of that storm right now.
So HP.
It's looking quite ominous over there.
This is the same area where Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic are, by the way. So we're just gonna stay on Connor. They're in the same spot. All the chasers are gathered together here on the other side of the river.
I love how I can get a tornado and still be disappointed. Like,
yeah, it's one of the things, like, we would have went over there, would have got across the river, probably planted a freaking wedge,
yep,
then you'd be pissed.
exactly. No matter what we did today, we were wrong.
At least we
so,
saw it, all that matters.
Yeah. 30 miles
that a funnel?
away, but we got it.
I don't think so.
We'll carry.
I feel like if we had any sort of funnel, we would
I had a nice tube in it.
for a
probably.
second.
Stovepipe.
Really?
it would probably be rain wrapped.
Somebody said
I
something
do think Bismarck is fully out. We haven't had an update in forever.
that was
I
it
think if we
from
had
my
any
side.
sort of
I saw the same
rotation or like a
thing.
fall
I
cloud or
couldn't tell if
anything,
it was a
it's going to be
tornado, I
embedded in
couldn't
that
see
rain.
under that. And
Radar
then-
Omega. It's
probably just the leading edge of the shelf.
Loop of it, and it was
National Weather Service of Bismarck
Okay,
said
okay,
on
so
Twitter
it
that
was
they
still
briefly
5
lost
that
power.
day, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I had it from like when it first started, and I was like, "Oh, cool." And then
We
So
are
did I.
cooked without a
Like,
radar
if you look
site
on my
that's close
stream,
by
it was
now.
probably the same thing, and then I went north.
That does limit us
trying
in
to get a
some
better view
extents
of it,
for radar
and it was a
coverage, but
surface dead zone for
we'll
5
definitely try our
minutes, and all
best
the bluffs
as this does
on
approach
the
the
left
Missouri
side of the
River.
road blocked it.
Yeah.
It was the worst decision I made.
Tornado warning has been updated. It is still radar indicated. It is a much smaller polygon. It's near Highway 6 and 24. Again, this rotation is barely moved. It's going to be going in the direction of Fort Yates. So, again, that's kind of where it's heading right now. It'll eventually cross the Missouri River. Might take a little bit, but that's where it's going to be heading towards.
It was
But
flying
the
towards
National
Fort
Weather
Yates,
Source
I
of
was like,
Bismarck did say that
like,
they
yeah,
have
when
lost
I nailed
power
it.
briefly.
What was that, like
They are working on
Macintosh,
getting
and
it back up.
over, and
So
now it's just like, no,
we'll
I'm
see
not
how
moving
long that
forward.
radar site takes to get
That's
back
what
up. I don't think
was
it's
telling
that.
Ford,
It's. I don't think it's going to
4:30,
take
and we
like
could have been
that
sitting
short of
up
amount of
there
time. Might be a
watching the whole
while.
time.
So
We were sitting
we might
at
be
the
stuck with
bridge
the
at
distant
Moberly,
radar
though,
sites, which still
just
do
waiting
have at
across,
least
and I was
some.
moving east, so we're like, all right, well, it's moving
At
north,
least they
northeast,
still
so we
show
better get
something.
going.
It's just not
then it
not
just stopped.
best situation.
Stopped on a dime. And then if you looked on radar, the couple started moving due south.
This is Tyler Kurtz. Let's go to him real
That's
quick.
what was it? Kyle Gillette put.
Yeah, storm trackers. Look at Tyler Kurtz. He's got a little like shelf. He is in northern South Dakota. He's actually not in North Dakota. Everybody else is in North Dakota right now, but everybody's kind of near the border. He's actually just to the south.
Maybe drop another one out over this open field.
He has a little wall. Not much, just a little dangly wall there. Seems to be up now, is it?
They go to urgent care at
That's
some
not
point
up
for
yet.
my wrist, even though I really can't afford it.
Not quite yet. Did I get cheese curds? No, I did not get cheese curds.
Because I also don't drink full insurance.
I haven't really gone out to eat recently, to be honest. Last time I went to get
Just
food,
wind
though,
and hail,
was
guys.
at
I mean, the-
Culver's. And that was, like, days ago. That's PA Storm Trackers as well. They have the same sort of view of the storm.
There's an area rotation back in there, but
Nice
it's
little view.
way back.
like the correct brace, but
Hey, Brandon, for becoming a member and
I was
welcome
gonna
to the
stop at a
Velocities.
Walmart or something and get one that's more fit for like my situation. Because God, does it hurt really bad.
Get undercut.
Just completely.
Never mind, my stream's going. I'm just gonna leave it.
Actually, we'll go back to Brandon first. They're in the same spot. Just have Brandon on for now. What's the weekend looking like in the next week? You can watch the video forecast from earlier today. I talk more about the future and what's expected. You can see Connor's car. Yes, you can. You can see Connor's car. You can see Corey's car. There's another CG. You can see somebody else. You can see a couple more cars down the road or down in the parking lot. Got a whole meet up there. Tyler still has a view. Looked like a little wall cloud, but looks like that's kind of gone away. CG is cloud to ground lightning. Whenever I say CG, that's what that means. Is there a tornado threat for Friday from Gilma? How about the tropical storm? It's like in the Pacific Ocean. That might be like a fish-nado threat. I don't know where we'd see tornadoes, though. There isn't any land out there. Chaser convergence. I mean, this is what happens. Like, when a storm is moving at, like, 10 miles per hour to the east, this is what's going to happen. Everybody's just going to be in the same spot. Now, let's see if those radar sites come back. Nope. Fortunately, that radar site, I think, is just chalked. I think we're not going to have a radar site there. A little bit of rotation here, Little Eagle. Maybe. I mean, I think we have, like, some rotation near Highway 12 on the southern side, but Radar sight being out makes this a bit more tricky to see. It might just be like some mid to low level rotation. I think Tyler Kurtz is onto something, honestly. Let's go back to Tyler. He's onto something.
Back over in
He's definitely, I think that's the Southern Storm. I think that is rotating. You can see the rising scud right there in the left middle near McLaughlin. So I do think
that would be nice, Michael.
this is trying. Yeah, you can see it right now in real action. That is a developing wall cloud. He's the only chaser that at least I know of that is actually on the storm right now. The southern one. It's not tornado warning, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. It was just upgraded to 2-inch hail. It's not really, doesn't look imminent, but it's trying to organize, it looks like. There's a little bit of rotation from the distant radar site. It's definitely a developing wall cloud here.
Wall cloud is getting way more compact now, too.
Again, does not look imminent. This looks similar to what it was like 5 or 10 minutes ago, but you can see on the very left side of that lowering. That's trying to organize a little bit.
Missouri River wasn't in our way.
It's coming together. Slowly but surely coming together right now. And there isn't anything to the south that's developing on this. It might be on its lonesome, so we could get something. We are going to stay on Tyler because he has really the best view of the storm, or at least the southern storm.
Thank you, Martin, for that donation. Appreciate it. Health insurance. Really watching this left side, right in there. Potential funnel to develop.
It's a little wall cloud right now. Circle fellow. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna stop drinking Circle after this batch of circles I have is done.
There's some big bolts dropping out of this. I should stop my camera. As I'm gonna wish that I did. We have lightning pictures.
Whose phone is ringing? Sir, this is Wendy's. I don't know whose phone was just ringing. I don't know if it was Tyler's or somebody else's. Looks like that wall cloud's kind of gone away again. Brandon Kopic is repositioning. I think everybody's repositioning now.
Campground
Connor's still in that northern storm.
Goofy emoji. Appreciate
Tornado warning still goes for 6 more minutes. Then we're back to just severe thunderstorm warnings.
Still got an hour of good daylight, so we can still get Tail and Charlie to start ramping up or something. You never know with this type of stuff. You just never know.
Fargo should be all right. Yeah, if you're back over in Fargo, if you get anything, it'll just be damaging winds, and it'll be like very late tonight. You're just not gonna drink anything? No, I'll drink water. I'm just gonna stop getting circle sips. Bettering my diet, not having caffeine at all. It's gonna be kind of crazy.
You guys are watching on the Radar Mega app. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Back to radar and see if this radar site's back up. Nope. I don't know when the Bismarck radar site's gonna come back up, but it'll probably be a little bit. Because it got knocked out because of the damaging wind threat up there. That warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think we can go to the MS radar, and that shows it right now. This radar site kind of gives you an idea of what's happening there. It does have basically what you need. I mean, it does have reflectivity, but that's really about it. So, I did see a brief tornado on Connor's stream earlier. Yeah, there was a brief tornado. It was on the ground for about 4 or 5 minutes. It wasn't as brief as what you might think, but it was on the ground for a few minutes. Brandon Kopic had a perfect view of it for like 4 or 5 minutes. He just didn't know for sure. And so, yeah, that happened, and then Connor caught up to it. It was like, I think he was behind some hills or something. Well, I'm kind of glad. I don't think unless we had a large tornado, like rain wrapped completely, I don't think we had anything beyond that. So hopefully that's all this was. But we'll stay live for a little bit, see if anything else happens. Back to Brandon Kopic again on YouTube, Radar Omega. He's currently repositioning. The radar hasn't updated in 15 minutes because of the power outage up in Bismarck from the damaging winds. I don't think that radar site is going to be coming back anytime soon. It might take a bit for that to come back. If you guys want to see a photo of the tornado, I did retweet a photo of the retweet a photo of the tornado on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Link to that is in the description. Thank you, Hunter Hurley, for becoming a 1-month member. Appreciate that. Bro, Max Baldosity, I can't even say that. I did not eat Culver's today. No, I've basically had nothing today. Nothing interesting, at least. How rare is a tornado emergency? We've had about like 8 this year. They are not very common by any means.
You know what? I freaking see it.
Tornado emergencies are not very common. It only happens when there is a potentially violent tornado on the ground, like intense or violent. So they're not very common. By the way, radar site has come back, so we do have a radar site, which is good news. Radar site is back and running. So we do have some access now to being able to see if anything else does produce here. Might have a little bit of rotation just southwest of Sterling near I-94. So keep a close eye on that. Why does it sound like there's a helicopter going off? Whose stream sounds like a helicopter? Okay, Tyler Kurtz apparently has a helicopter taking off. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, the radar site is back. Let's go back to the southern storms. Yeah, rotations, it's died out entirely. The only place that I think we have any chance at a tornado right now will be the southern storm. That's on track for the Hareid area and Mound City. So this is the next storm to watch for. If it can stay discreet like it is now and does not has any storm mergers or anything like that, I personally do think we will have a pretty decent chance at having another tornado. It is still an environment for the next hour or two that is capable of having another tornado. So we are going to stay live as long as the storm stays discreet. It is currently discreet. So as long as it stays on the southern side and stays discreet, I do think another tornado is possible. Might take a little bit, but I do think it's possible. The storms yesterday were pretty interesting. I wasn't live yesterday because it was just all wind for the most part, like in the Midwest and Michigan and whatnot. If you guys didn't see this yesterday, this is a photo from Milton on Twitter. That's what the storm looked like back over in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It was the storm that was going in the direction of Chicago, and it produced some damaging winds, but nothing out of the ordinary. This is from the NIU meteorology department, their cameras on campus there. This was at about 5:50 yesterday. Really impressive supercell. Very explosive storm. There's really only that one storm in the Chicago area. There wasn't anything else after that. So it was basically just a one-off. That was it. Wasn't much else. All right, tornado warning will expire in a moment. And there you go. We have no tornado warnings. I haven't been able to say that very often, at least over the last few months. Every time we're live, there's usually always like a ton of tornado warnings. How come you're giving up Circle? Just too expensive, honestly. I would rather just drink regular water. Because I basically spend, I mean, if I drink Circle as much as I do, I basically spend $70 a month on it. I'd rather not. Does the South see tornadoes in November? Yeah, severe weather season shifts to the south in November. So, yeah. Thank you, Meteorologist Noah, for becoming a 2-month member. I did not cover Rolling Fork, no. I wasn't really, back in 20, what year was that? I can't remember. Wasn't that late last year? I think it was like late 2023. Like, I had a very busy fall schedule when it came to severe weather, or severe weather. When it came to college and stuff, and even like 2022 was the same way. I didn't go out live as much in those couple of years. This year I was lucky. It was a grind, but there was a time period where, like, this year, like, I had exams and as well as live streams in the same day, and we had a day where I was live for like 14 hours, and I also took a final exam in the same day. Like, it was a grind this year to even go live as much as I did. But we have a better infrastructure now to actually go live, because back in the past we didn't really have chasers. If we did, it was just one, and so we have more available, and so it makes these coverages easier to do, and also makes them, you know, at least more geared towards actually being severe weather coverage. Because if I just show you radar with tornadoes, it doesn't always give you the idea of what's happening. Tornadoes, you know, being present on a live stream gives more people awareness and gives people more of that sort of alert that, hey, this thing is coming right at you if you're in the warning, you know? So we didn't really have that until, you know, this year. Area of rotation next to the Bismarck radar. I don't see any. But we do have some developing, like, up here. Like, near the leading edge near Sterling. This is what I was showing. This is what I was looking at before. Looks like we got a little bit of rotation developing here. So possibly a tornado potential here going towards Sterling, North Dakota. It is rain wrapped. What's the craziest tornado I've ever seen? Definitely El Dorado, Oklahoma. I did not personally see it, but, you know, we were live when Connor was on it, and Ben Williams. I can't remember. I think Storm Intermediate was on it too. So, what am I going to college for? Meteorology. I think Connor has lost internet or something because his stream is frozen. Waiting for... Oh, this is latest scan. Okay. Yeah, still a little bit of broad circulation right now, heading towards Sterling and Route 83 right now. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live cameras here. He studies meteors, absolutely, yeah. That's what I'm going to college for. I want to study meteors. Yep. You got me. Want to study some meteors. Alright, there's no really good live cams, it looks like. Have I seen a tornado in person? I have not, no. I want to, but I have not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day it'll happen. How long have you known you love meteorology? Probably since I was like 3 or 4 years old. Whenever I started first watching the Weather Channel, which was probably back then. Max is trying to be a pharmacist? What? Excuse me? I'm gonna go into the pharmacy business. Will you do one chase stream with Connor? It's more up to him, you know. I want to, but it's kind of it's not easy to do it either. I mean, I think he would let me, but the problem is it's more about actually timing it out. Like, because I have college, so there's no chance it happens this year unless it happened in December. And then 2, it would have to be on a day where I wouldn't go live for. Like, today would probably be a day that I would not go live for. You know, like, if I wanted to go chasing, this would be a day where I would just go chase, because I don't usually cover North and South Dakota. But it's not easy to do that when I go live for basically everything that he goes live for. Everything that I want to go live for, at least. A little bit complicated. We do have rotation, by the way, east of McLaughlin right now. That is currently why we have a new tornado possible label. That's currently moving eastbound Heading towards Pollock. How's it going, Alex? Welcome back. No problem, Trevon. There's a lot of people telling me in today's video in the comments, like, go live, go live. I was like, okay, I'll consider it. If something happens, I'll go live. I don't want to try to go live for stuff that's, you know, not really doing anything. Like, today was kind of a day where it was like, if something went on the ground, I would go live. It's not like a day where I'm just going to go live like an hour beforehand and talk about it or whatever. I have like more of a, I don't really have a criteria. I just have more of like a thing where I don't want to go live for something that's not big if it's not going to be big. So, it needs to be something that's at least happening imminently or whatever. Because if I go live and nothing happens, it's just kind of pointless. I don't want to send out a notification to 300,000 people or whatever it is for something that's not happening. Do I get college credits for doing this? No. That'd be fantastic, but no. We are currently 90 subscribers away from 366,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Back to... Let me go back to Brandon. Brandon Kopic again, live on YouTube and Radar Omega. This is what the storm looks like right now. They are currently repositioning towards the southern storm that is in very far northern South Dakota. This would be the next one that could produce a tornado. Doesn't look imminent, but we are watching it closely. Thank you, Wanda, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Back to Corey Gherkin as well. Both in the same spot here. Thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
I think I wanted to turn there.
How is the bench doing? I don't know if the bench is there. We don't have a camera there anymore. Appreciate that, Benjamin. That's crazy, Noah. Yeah, a lot of people getting interested in weather like really early on. Pretty awesome. Hey, Nicholas, for the $10 super chat. Have I spoken to or know of Ryan Hall? I don't know who he is, no. Sorry, don't know. No, we've talked before. Yeah, we're chill. We talked before. I definitely know who he is. If I didn't know who he is, I mean, I don't... It'd be pretty interesting if I didn't know who he was. Isn't that the wrestler? I asked ChatGPT who Max Velocity is. It actually got the right answer. I asked who Ryan Hall is. It came up with the wrestler first. It's pretty funny. Do I have a girlfriend? No, I don't have any Riz. Make sure you send a message to Connor to not get stuck in the mud. I don't know what happened to Connor. I was gonna say something to him, but I'm guessing he already knows. I think it's just his stream went out. Probably his internet went out or something like that. I don't see anything though. Back to Brandon Kopic again. Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega. Both kind of in the same area. They're both just traveling down to the south right now.
Either Twitter and Facebook works too, Megan. You can set it. I just
yeah, Connor's feed's up on Radar Omega.
But either way it works.
I'm not sure. It's funny, Elizabeth. I actually have a cameo I have to do. Somebody requested a cameo I forgot to do.
Oh, they've got. I'm not gonna waste my time
really have much
filing a
time.
copyright claim for somebody who's got 4 viewers, but I will have it handled.
Hey Smith for the super chat. I was about to say, I don't know why I'm using the other radar site. I just kind of forgot. I don't know why I was using that radar site up to the north, or over to the east. Still got a little bit of rotation right now near Sterling. No warning on this. Not really imminent, but still got a little bit of rotation. Be heading towards Driscoll and Steely. So still watching that. As it moves to the east. Back to, we're going back to
road
Road
that
here.
we were gonna take south, so I think the best option is to go east.
If there's any other views of anything here. Okay. Does Connor know he has no signal? I'm guessing he does. As I don't know if anybody's watching the Radar Omega app. If he doesn't, I'll let him know. New MD. There is a new MD. New mesoscale discussion. Persistent, slow-moving supercell development will continue through 8 to 9 o'clock, with the potential for very large hail and additional tornadoes. So I think we're going to be live here, just in case. Connor's aware? Okay. Oh, is Connor back? I don't think he is yet. Thank you, Gorilla, for the $4.99 super chat. What's the risk for tornadoes tomorrow? It's a low risk. It's not like anything too crazy. Let me go back to radar here. That's what we're looking at for tomorrow. I think we'll be live again tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be a bit more interesting than today, unless something happens in the next hour that goes crazy. You do have a large slight risk of severe weather in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and northern Iowa, and then a marginal threat back through Kansas and northwest Illinois. Main concern for tomorrow will be wind and hail, but we do have a potential for a few tornadoes across parts of Iowa, Wisconsin, a little bit of Nebraska, South Dakota, and also back into much of Minnesota. It's a large 2% tomorrow. I'm going to show you guys the future radar for tomorrow and why it could be concerning. Tomorrow is kind of going to be one of those days where I think it's going to depend a lot on what happens with this line of storm. So this is what we're looking at tomorrow for timing. So right around about 3 to 4 o'clock, storms will fire up across Minnesota, back into Nebraska. It's going to be a long stretch of storms. This is by no means going to be an easy forecast because we're going to have a lot of storms out there. They should be mostly linear as we go into the mid-afternoon hours. Now, what we're going to have to watch for is any storms that can get discrete or semi-discrete, especially back up in Minnesota, because that would be where our greatest potential for a tornado would exist tomorrow, in the event that we do have, any sort of tornadic activity. If that doesn't happen, they're just going to be embedded tornadoes in that line in Minnesota. One thing that could happen in Iowa is that we could get some storms that fire up out in front of the line. If that happens, I think we're gonna have a better shot of an isolated tornado or two in Iowa. Now again, it's a large 2% tornado risk for a reason, because there's a lot of uncertainty of what's going to happen. I do think we'll have a 5% tornado risk up near Minneapolis tomorrow. In the event that even happens, we'll probably be live no matter what, for tomorrow. So that is the expectation for tomorrow. But yeah, it's a large 2%. I could see there being a 5% back over in the Minneapolis area or even western Wisconsin. Bare minimum, we're going to have scattered damaging winds. Bare minimum. Okay, this is going a bit crazy. I'm surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this. Velocities have been coming together more and more near Sterling, near I-94. This could get tornado warned. Rotation's definitely getting a bit stronger up here, going towards Driscoll and Steely. Thank you, I am JCC for the $5 super chat. Love from Des Moines with the corn sweat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Gorilla, for the super chat. How do I become a member? The membership link is the top link in the description. It's also pinned in the chat if you want to become a member. Thank you, Jim, for the $4.99 super chat. That's an interesting combo. I don't really like the buffalo tenders, to be honest. I've had them before. I've at least tried one. I wasn't a big fan. Honestly, this storm right here could go crazy, though. That rotation's definitely getting stronger. Hasn't really tightened yet, but it's... The velocities going away from the radar have been stronger. Have I tried Dairy Queen's cheese curds? I don't think so. I don't think I have. Connor is back, by the way. I'm gonna put him bottom right. Wait for the latest scan here. People are making me hungry. I don't know what I'm having for dinner tonight. We could have a tornado dropping as we speak. This could be a rain-wrapped tornado near Sterling. There isn't a CC drop, but that's tight rotation right there. Near Sterling, North Dakota, moving towards Driscoll. Kind of surprised there's no tornado warning on this. Yeah, I mean, that's a tightening right there. There's no warning at all on this. Like, there's not even, like, a severe on this. It's very rain-wrapped. It's going to be completely rain-wrapped. It's going to be crossing over Route 83. But that should be tornado warned. Or at least warned at severe. For the wind threat. Not warned right now, but tighter rotation near Sterling going towards Driscoll. So your reaction when you saw the Greenfield tornado on radar? I literally live streamed it. You can go back and watch it. I can't remember. There's been so many tornadoes this year. I don't remember my exact reaction. Still no CC drop. We'll see what the velocity show. Velocity should update in a second. If you look up like max velocity Greenfield tornado on YouTube, you'll probably find it. Keyword is probably, because I don't really know if I titled it that or not. Yeah, still not. This is the latest scan isn't as tight. May have just had a brief tornado, but that's still strong enough to the point where we could have something. A little surprised we don't have a warning on this. Zaxby's cheese curds aren't bad. I don't think they're great, but they're not bad. We're gonna stay here. Thank you, Gorilla, for the $4.99 super chat. It's fantastic. Thanks for the super chat. Heard it was Sigma. Sure. It's a Sigma tornado, I guess. I don't even know what that means. I looked up the Urban Dictionary definition for Sigma. It was very interesting what came up. Waiting for the next radar scan. Surprised there's no warning at all on this. Like, there's not even a severe on it. Very, very, very interesting. It is what it is. While we wait for another scan, I'm going to go back to Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega. Looking at the leading edge of that storm that's back down in northern South Dakota. Seabass, we're in North Dakota right now on radar. South Dakota on the live view. Today's stream is basically just...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, that is a new tornado warning in North Dakota. Surprised it took that long, to be honest. I thought this should have been warned when it was tightening like that. Let's see what the radar scan shows. Honestly, like, we could get a pretty sizable tornado if this does drop, but it's... Problem right now that it has, it's kind of struggling to stay discreet. There's a lot of just convection bubbling up out in front of it. New tornado warning. That's going to be for Sterling, Driscoll, just southwest of Steely. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is currently moving east. Velocities going towards the radar, still relatively strong, even going away from the radar. A little bit of broadness in the middle there, but I think this could very well wrap if it can at least organize a little bit as it moves east. Max is hot. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wait for the next radar scan. Actually, we'll just go back to Brandon here for a second. If only chat AI was working. That would be pretty funny if it was working. I guess Ben Williams just didn't go live today. I thought Ben Williams would go live. We're gonna have 6 Storm Chasers today, which I think would be the first time ever. But I don't think Ben Williams went live. We literally have now 6 different buttons for Storm Chasers. Or actually, it's more than that. We have like 12, but we have 6 slots now for Storm Chasers on stream. Would I live in Minnesota? Why would I live in Minnesota? It gets very cold in there. Or up there. It gets very cold in Minnesota, yes. But it's too cold. Too cold in the winter. Yes, I know that Elkhorn was an EF4. Yeah, we got like a thing, I think it was like a month ago when that was upgraded. This is the latest scan, by the way. Rotation is becoming a little bit more organized. It is very rain-wrapped, but very well could produce a tornado. The only problem right now that it has, and it's a pretty big problem, is that a lot of convection is just bubbling out in front of this. This could literally be another photogenic tornado if it wasn't for all this rain. That rain might kill its chances here. Does he eat anything non-curd or non-McDonald's? I haven't had McDonald's in like a month. Last time I had McDonald's was probably the last time I had a soda, to be honest. Been a fat minute. Appreciate the question, though. It's like the most random question. We're gonna wait for the next radar scan. Actually, whoever sent me that, I don't know if the person that sent me this is here, but if you sent me the sandwich maker, I've actually been using that, by the way. So I do appreciate whoever sent that. I've actually been using it the last couple of, not couple of meals, but at least the last few days I've been using it. Alright, here's the latest scan. It's like a little CC right here, but I don't think it's a tornado. Let's see what the velocity show. Thank you, B. Smith, for the super chat. Guys, if a queso collab ever happens, that'd be bonkers, but I just don't think it's gonna happen. That would be crazy, though. That northern, the inward rotation here, or at least the inward velocities going towards the radar, they have weakened over the last couple of scans. But not nearly as organized. Velocities going away from the radar still very strong. Definitely a damaging wind threat. This could be a tornado. It's possible. Like, we could have like a small tornado embedded here with maybe like a vortice or something. Southeast of Sterling. Just not definitive enough. But that could be a tornado. Every time you drink water, I think you're hitting a vape. I don't vape. Never vaped in my life. We could have a tornado with this. It's probably small, though, if we do have one. Could play Outbreak with him. I think the toughest part would actually be getting into contact with him. He is a very popular person. Very, very famous. We're waiting for the next scan here. Thank you, Jess, for the super chat. What's the class that you're looking forward to taking this semester? Honestly, I don't know if I really have one I'm looking forward to yet. I mean, I've only been in class for like 2 days now, or 3 days. So I don't really have anything that I'm like looking forward to right now. I don't really know what much of the courses that I'm taking right now are really going to be about, to be honest. So that's like the one thing that I don't really have anything to go off of yet. Maybe in like a week I'll tell you. But I don't really have anything in particular right now that I'm like, I'm going to love this class. Like, I don't know yet. We'll see. That might be a tornado once again right there. We go scan by scan. Kind of looks like that might just be a small tornado. See what the velocities look like. Any college friends? I do have friends, yes. I know, it might shock you, but yes, I do have friends. You should play Outbreak. I was thinking about doing a members-only stream doing it. Hey, I think this is a tornado right here, what we have circled. I'm pretty sure that is a little tornado. Very small CC drop, but little tornado. Again, just south of Driscoll in North Dakota. Back to Brandon Kopic, and on YouTube and Radar Omega. Anyone in your classes recognize you? The first day I got recognized, like literally the first class.
Corey's well east of us. The structure, look at the structure starting to unfold.
Is it still live? Yes, everything that you're looking at is live.
But I really don't see much
or at least
of a
within a
reason
minute
to
of
do
being
so.
live.
We're kind of in a great spot with the inflow layer here.
Go to Corey real quick. Corey Gherkin has a view of a wall cloud, apparently. See if we have a view of that here in a second. Imagine Ryan Hall pops up on stream. I think he's watched before. Pretty sure he's watched at least a few times. I know he's at least watched once. I know he watched the tornado emergency that happened in like the middle of nowhere, Texas, kind of. It was the one near Midland, I think. It was like literally, it was basically in, it was not like in the middle of nowhere, but it was just outside of Midland, and there's not much where it was. I think he was watching that one. I could be wrong. I've seen him in chat once. I don't think he's ever chatted. I could be wrong.
Man, guys, we didn't have this river in the way, or at least more crossings to get across. We would have been right up on that tornado when it happened earlier.
Latest radar scan on this tornado warning. It has become a very large but broad area of circulation. Not really much anymore when it comes to a tornado. It's all broad in here. It's like a mile of just broad circulation. Still got an inflow. I mean, again, if this can stop with all the mergers that are out in front of all that little convection near Driscoll, I think there'll be a better chance that this could produce a tornado again, but for the time being, it's definitely a low chance. All right, let's go back to Connor here. Connor's back over in Pollock, South Dakota. What's tomorrow looking like? If you want to watch my video today, that is more details on what to expect tomorrow. Or you can go back like 10 minutes in the stream. I also talked about it then.
Yeah, there's definitely a little walk on in there.
Still a tornado possible label on the southern storm in northern South Dakota. That's where Corey Gerken is right now. That's what he's looking at. So we'll see if we can see anything. How's it going, PG?
Jojo, how you doing?
Still radar indicated on that tornado warning for Burleigh in Kidder County in North Dakota. Moving east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. This will probably end up getting canceled unless it recycles. It looks pretty broad at this point. Pretty disorganized. That northern storm going towards McCluskey could make a little run at it, maybe going tornadic, but doesn't look imminent. This southern storm is really the one that I'm curious about. I mean, we got Connor Croft, and we also got Brandon Kopic en route for. You got Corey Gerken also, who's en route for this storm. So we'll definitely have to wait and see. Let's go to Brandon, because Brandon is looking at this right now. Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega. That is his view of the storm right now. So there is, it looks like a little lowering there in the middle left. So this might be the next one to produce. Hey, Gorilla, for the super chat. Have a good night. Appreciate you tuning in. Or good day. Good night, good day, depends where you are. Technically evening. How's it going, Grayson and Tim? I'm back. Definitely a little lowering. This could go tornadic. Staying patient. Staying patient. Imagine if Max grew a beard. Imagine if I didn't grow a beard.
The structure is absolutely gorgeous.
I'm imagining it right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you guys all again.
All right. New tornado warning in South Dakota. It's going to be just to the west of Mound City. Again, this one is not surprising. We do have a developing wall cloud on it going in the direction of 1804. It will be crossing the Missouri River. So this one is actually going to be probably more visible to storm chasers. So we should have a better view if a tornado does happen. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building, as there is a potential again for a tornado as this continues to move to the east northeast. Mound City and Hareed will be in the track of this. We are definitely keeping a close eye on this. This is where all the storm chasers that, you know, at least we have that are on the storm. I am going to double check and see where everybody's positioned here. When is your next video? Probably tomorrow morning. Trying to see. We got. I'm trying to see where Tyler Kurtz is. Let's see. Okay, Tyler Kurtz. Let's go to Tyler, because he's on this storm.
The couplet's a little bit further north.
That's Tyler Kurtz's view. He's on this storm in South Dakota. How much money to shave your head? I'm not shaving my head. I'm not gonna shave my head. Thank you, Absolute, for the super chat. Appreciate that. From Maine. Nice. No, this is not near Sioux Falls. I mean, even if it was near Sioux Falls, this storm is moving so slowly. It is moving at snail's pace right now. It's moving
but again,
at...
thank you guys so much.
Apparently, this is moving at 25 miles per hour.
Subscribe button.
The one
I'm
earlier was
gonna
moving at 10
flip the
miles per
donation
hour,
ticker
so
real quick
this
while I
is
got
taking a little bit of an
second.
increase, I guess.
Yeah,
It was a little lowering, not seeing as much right now. Well, if we get a tornado, it's going to be within the next 30 minutes, probably. I think anything after 8 is not a no-go, but it's pretty close to being done. So, we got about 40, maybe 50 minutes for there to be another tornado. And if one happens, it's probably going to be with this. The northern storm could, too. It's trying to maybe come together a little bit again, back over in North Dakota. So, might just be trying to come together a little bit. I think the one north of Mobridge has a better shot. Not even for a Culver's gift card, you wouldn't shave it. I got a Culver's gift card mailed, I think, a month ago. I just finished using it when I got my cheese curds the other day. Alright, well, I'll wait for the next scan. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're currently 35 subscribers from 366,000. Make sure to like the stream, too. Let's help get this out to more people. If you want to support the page above and beyond, there are links in the description, like Venmo, and there's also the members link if you want to become a member of the channel. It does help out the page a lot. Well, Brandon's view right now.
Yeah,
Hey, Nicholas for the $10 super chat. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Why is it a little bit further
Corey
south?
currently going a little bit further south. He's, again, still positioning.
At least for now we have gravel road. That might change.
T-Dog, I'm not going to lie to you. Let me see if I have it.
It could get sketchy.
Okay, I don't know where it is, but I already have one. You could send me one if you want. I mean, I can make it like twins, I guess, but I already have one of those Culver's cheese curd plushes. Somebody mailed me one.
Yeah. No, falling apart. Never mind, JK.
How's it going, Shelly? Welcome back. Can you send them like 30? Yes, let's have an entire family of cheese curds. Absolutely. Sounds great. I don't have much room, but I can make it work somehow.
Oh, she's getting thick again. Nope, JK. Well, it's teasing us.
Yeah, dress up as a cheese curd for Halloween. People wanted me to dress up as Buzz Lightyear for Halloween.
Son of a beat!
We're currently in northern South Dakota with Corey Gherkin, and then on radar is bottom right of your screen on that storm. We're in a bit of a radar hole, so we don't have a great view of this on radar. A lot of scud. I'm not really seeing a funnel or anything right now. Just a lot of scud. The northern tornado warning cell has just a large, broad area of circulation. Nothing super organized, though. Okay, Brandon has a little bit of a bowl coming down now. Let's go to Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega.
Down, ball coming down.
A little bit of something coming down there on the left. Even on the right. This might be close to dropping, we'll see.
This thing is rapidly rotating. It's starting to try and work its way down to the ground, just FYI.
Alright, which spot are you looking at? So looking at 3 different spots.
I've got a spot. I'm looking southwest of my current location on Omega.
Did Max say he would shave his head if he hit 366,000? No, that's never what I said. I'm not shaving my head. It doesn't matter what subscriber goal it is. There's no shot.
Yeah, it's ripping over there, but it looks like there's a wall cloud trying to form behind the freaking shelf over here.
Let's go to Connor. Connor also has a view of this. Take 3 weeks to grow back? That's a long time. You miss anything? Honestly, probably not. I don't know when you left, but probably not. Hasn't been much happening since like the beginning of the stream. We're just waiting to see if the South Dakota storm produces, and even the North Dakota one. We're watching both of them. They're both tornado warned, but nothing looks imminent, at least on the southern one.
Got broad mid-level rotation for sure.
Max needs a mullet.
I don't know what's going on right now.
This is Wendy's. I'm not getting a mullet. I like my haircut as this. Actually, I don't like this haircut because it makes me look like I don't have a hairline, but I need to get another haircut at some point. Low taper fade. Yes, that's what I need. I need a low taper fade.
Hello?
Right, Corey's coming around this hill. We'll see if he sees anything here. I'm not getting a mullet. I'm not doing what Connor does with his mullet. That'd be so uncomfortable, especially in the summer. With all the heat and stuff. That would just be brutal. We'll go back to Connor. Is your hair straight or curly? Straight.
JD, welcome to Bears Cage, brother.
Dye your hair so it looks like a precipitation radar.
Think I produce.
Just no.
Tail end Charlie, baby.
It's just never happening.
Drop it!
Brandon says it's getting big. I don't know what he's talking about.
Ooh, a little bit of hail. Ooh, there's hail. Oh, it's getting big. I hear it hitting the silos. All right, I'm gonna hop off the phone.
Go back to Connor. I can't even like after you say it, you just know. You know what you said. Can I mail you a message from my pigeon? What? I mean, you can basically mail me whatever you want as long as it's like, you know. I don't know. As long as it's appropriate, I guess.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You have a new tornado warning for Steele and near Dawson in North Dakota. Large, broad area of circulation just to the south of Interstate 94, moving to the east. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Currently moving eastbound. Still broad area of circulation, but we're going to be watching it closely for Burleigh and Kidder counties in North Dakota. I sent you fan mail. I haven't gotten any fan mail recently, so hopefully you didn't ship it to like the wrong place or something. But if you just sent it in the last like 4 or 5 days, it's probably just on its way. Thank you, Lumbre, for the super chat. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what you're talking about, but I appreciate the super chat. Where's my PO box? It's a mailbox. The link to send mail is in the description. It has like the mailing address there. It's like 4 or 5 links down if you want to mail anything. You think Bismarck's in the clear? Yeah, Bismarck's done. I mean, you might get like another shower or something before this front moves through, but that's about it. You're basically done. I'm not a Swiftie. No, I'm not a Swiftie. Man, oh man, this rotation's been going this entire time. It's trying to reorganize again. It's been rotating for this pretty much entire duration near Driscoll and Steele. Wait for another radar scan. My next stream will probably be tomorrow. Probably. If I'm not live tomorrow, then it'll probably be our members only stream this weekend. Probably do something members only related. Then you can't for the super chat. Okay. Appreciate the generosity though. Thank you. I'm not getting a mohawk though. The mohawk discussion, it's out of here. I am not getting a mohawk. Go back to Connor. Connor's on the southern tornado warning. He's in South Dakota.
Maybe like a quarter mile. Just on top of this hill, I think. See if I can wrap up.
Do I have any kids? Dude, what are these questions?
Start pouring, we'll get out of here.
This is where I get asked like the most random stuff ever.
I do see where it's rotating though. Definitely is rotating.
Will I do a fall 2024 prediction video? Probably not. No, I don't usually do that stuff. I sometimes do I've done a winter forecast every year. I might do one this year. We'll see.
Every rotation will go south of us though.
It's a valid question? How is that a valid question? I'm in college. I'm barely old enough to drink. Like... Fan meetup in Idaho when? What? Why would I even go to Idaho? What is there to do up there other than see like potatoes? Hey, theme for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. Do I obey the speed limit? Cannot confirm or deny.
Oh yeah, it's been really good.
Lots of people in college have kids.
It's been really good.
I don't know anybody in college, at least that I know of, that has kids, but I mean,
it's been in
a lot seems like an overstatement. Can I drive? Yes, I can drive. Thank you. Yes, I can definitely drive. Next thing somebody's going to ask is what my social security number is. It's just bound to happen. We might be getting a big tornado here in a few minutes near Steely in North Dakota. I don't think we don't have any chasers on this, but we're watching this closely. Does have a hook, does have an inflow. It is coming together. We know Connor speeds. Wow. I mean, you're not wrong. Max slow mode, please. It's already in slow mode. It is already in slow mode. Slower mode? It's already in slow mode, dude. It's like 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure. How many subs till 366? We are currently 20 subscribers away from 366,000. Stream key reveal at 366. Dude, imagine. That'd be crazy. We are just waiting for the next radar scan on this storm in North Dakota. See what it looks like in a moment. The one in South Dakota is trying to organize, so we are watching this. It is trying to reorganize into a supercell. We will, or like into an actually organized supercell. Broad rotation as of right now from what I'm seeing on multiple Storm Chaser feeds. So we'll keep a close eye on it. The northern one looks more imminent right now. There's a lowering in South Dakota. I don't see anything clearly. I mean, we have like every chaser in the world basically on this right now. I don't see anything clearly right now up there, or down there, I mean. Do have a little tightening right now in velocities just to the southwest of Steely, so possibly another tornado just dropped on this storm. Possibly. Broader elsewhere, but maybe like a small tornado or something right there. Near Steely, North Dakota. But no CC drop as of right now. Brandon Kopic looking at. Yeah, Brandon doesn't have anything quite yet. Thank you, Grayson, for the super chat. Steel, thank you. Hope you stay safe. Hope you're... Oh my goodness. This chat is out of control, it usually is. Patty, if you're still watching and trying to send a PayPal donation, you have to click like the link, the Stream Elements link, and then you can do it through there. The South Dakota storm was a confirmed 1.5 mile wide earlier. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't honestly doubt it. I haven't seen anything confirmed though on that at all. Like, if there was a tornado, it was definitely rain wrapped to begin with, and then two, I don't think we'd have anything confirmed at this point. And still possibly a tornado just southwest of Steele, just south of I-94 here in North Dakota. Moving eastbound. Waiting for another scan here. You sure this is slow mode? I am sure. No, Michael, no. I had no clue that we would be at this amount of subscribers, like, truly. I'm pretty shocked how fast we grew, too. It really happened out of nowhere. So, yeah. It was definitely a surprise. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. We'll see. I don't know. Never know. We will see. Thank you, Nancy, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. I see it. Maybe it's a sign. Yeah, the South Dakota storm has had a stronger couplet, but it's... I'm not seeing anything right now from any of the storm chasers on that storm. And this, if it was on the ground, it wouldn't be rain wrapped from what I'm seeing. So it might just be wind, might just be outflow driven. It's a big radar hole too. That's the problem. So we don't have a great view of this. It's a little bit contaminated from that hail. So few issues right now with this particular storm. Latest scan showing maybe a new circulation developing just to the west of Steele. Got a couple areas that we're looking at. These are both moving east. We're still watching both of them closely. This northern storm has been the most impressive, I think, so far today, other than the first one that we had. Thank you, Andrew, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I don't know who the dad is from American Dad, but I do appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Thank you, Stream Junkie, also for the super chat. What size Buzz Lightyear costume should I send you? I have no clue what the sizes are. Probably at least be large or extra large.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Going to
rotating.
Connor.
good.
I think he's on the storm that's rotating. You got Corey Gherkin, too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Actually got a lot of people on this. Go back to this real quick. We have a new tornado warning for Campbell and Corson counties in South Dakota on this storm going towards Mound City and Hareed. That warning should be on here in a second. There you go. So Mound City, I-83 included in this. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We're going to go back down to here. I want to go back to Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic first, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. What an unbelievable view there of the storm. He has a gorgeous view of this storm. I don't see any sort of like lowering, but gorgeous view right now. Corey Gherkin had a little view, it looked like, of a lowering. Then you got Connor Croft, which will stay on Connor here for the second here. He is also within proximity of the storm.
That is incredible structure. Oh, here comes the hail.
Guys, it's not my birthday. Why are people saying happy birthday Connor in my chat? He's not even looking at this chat. He's not here.
Big time structure bomb.
Rotation has seemed to me like it kind of died down, actually.
There's Ben.
See Brandon again?
Rotation might have.
You can see Brandon again. Brandon's got like a incredible view here.
Rotating
Or he said he has a lowering. Oh, wow. Look at that. Yeah, there's definitely a lowering.
over here. Storm's starting to get a little bit warm.
So it's definitely a weird storm. How's it going, Karina? We go back to radar. We definitely could see a tornado again near Steele. If you're in Steele, North Dakota, you gotta be in your safe place. Definitely a possibility for a tornado as this moves east. If we have a tornado, it'll be in this area here. It's going right towards Steele if we get one. I'm gonna go back to Corey.
Look at this updraft.
Corey has a pretty good view of this storm right now in South Dakota. Surprised we haven't seen any naders. We had one right before I went live. And we probably had another one, it was just rain wrapped.
Braden's got the sun
Nobody could see it.
making that shot look fire.
Go live until you reach 1 million subscribers. I would be here for an eternity if that happened. Who are the chasers tonight? We got Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Tyler Kurtz, PA Storm Trackers, Ben Williams, and then Connor Croft. Go back to radar here. Until the next scan. We have hit 366,000 subscribers, is what I'm being told. Yay! Only 1,000 more to 367. I don't know what that means, but guess that's a thing. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. Also, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Join our Discord server as well. If you are new to the community, you can join our community on Discord. The link is in the description. It's kind of crazy to think we're like 36.5% away, or we're 36.5% to the way to 1 million. It's kind of crazy. Weird to think. Do I cover European weather? Not really, no. Waiting for the latest velocity scan on the North Dakota tornado warning. Hey, Smith, for the super chat. I did see that. There was like a brief tornado in Florida today, apparently. I don't know where, but there was apparently one somewhere. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, we could have a tornado dropping, or might already be on the ground west of Steele, approaching I-94. Definitely a tight area of rotation right now near I-94. Southern Storm's trying to come together too. This thing's really organized. It's a fully discrete supercell. I'm gonna go to Brandon Kopic because he's literally right on this. Brandon Kopic's like underneath this, and Brandon Kopic is on YouTube and Radar Omega. We're gonna see what he has right now with you.
Right on top of us.
See if he sees anything. Thank you, Vantage, for the super chat. Thank you, Ashley, for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Look at that. It's right there.
Very ominous looking, that's for sure.
Right here, guys. It's
Thank you, Holland Beck, for the $5 super chat.
There's a cinnamon bun.
Yeah, I'll look into that. I don't know if I can go any darker. I will definitely look into that. Thank you, Jivo, also for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate all the super chats and new members. Does help the page out a lot. Helps us be able to use all the chasers that we use as well. Stay on Brandon here for like a minute. I'm just gonna see if anything happens here. There has been golf ball sized hail reported with this storm. Missed storm in our media stream. Connor and Freddie were there, but not you. What was that, yesterday? Play Outbreak with James Spann. Look at this thing spin. Actually, this might be dropping here in a minute, guys. This might be about to drop a tornado, and it could be big. Look at that spin right there in the middle. This is Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega. This is a big mesocyclone, though. I think this is about to drop a big tornado if it does. That thing is really spinning. There isn't anything stopping this either. That thing is spinning fast. Thing is spinning fast.
I want to answer, and that's fine. Alright guys, literally right next to us here, this thing is rotating faster than, I don't even know how to describe it, honestly.
Alright, Brandon is moving. Or no, he's not. Where is he? I can't tell. Yeah, he's moving a little bit.
This thing is just downright.
Going back to Corey. Corey has a big view of this too. We're going to see it after this little mound here. This thing is spinning like crazy. It has a big hook bottom right of your screen too. You can see a big inflow notch too. And this could drop a very photogenic tornado. And again, this is the South Dakota tornado warning, not the North Dakota one. Look at that thing. This thing's a big storm. If we go back to radar real quick, this is what it looks like right now. It's a very organized supercell. This is really organized fast. Got inflow notch, got a hook echo going right towards Mound City, which luckily is not really that populated, so that's good, at least from the looks of it. But wow, yeah, this is gonna drop. There's no way this doesn't drop, I think. We could get a big tornado here in the next few minutes. That rotation, very strong. In the middle level, so this isn't at the ground, but it's a few thousand feet off the ground. This is really spinning for sure. We already saw that with Brandon. This thing is going to drop a big tornado, though, I think. We're probably about to see a pretty large tornado, and it could be pretty photogenic, too. We'll see.
Big time motion in there, guys. Big time.
This is, again, in northern South Dakota right now. This is why we stayed live. I kind of figured this storm might do something. It just took a little bit. But it's definitely rotating right now, and it is rotating fast. Corey's gonna have a better view here, I think, just beyond trees. Oh, he just lost his connection. We'll go back to him in a second. Back to Brandon. Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar
Starting
Omega.
to get wrapped in rain is the problem.
Sunset's kind of blaring through the view a little bit there. Hey, you see the rain currents right there. Look at them wrapping right now. That's the area that we're looking at for that potential tornado with this storm, going towards Mound City. This is wrapping fast.
Hold on. I think it's on the ground in front of us. Might be on the ground in front of us.
I'm gonna go to Tyler Kurtz. He's picking up there too. There's Tyler Kurtz's view of this supercell too. Look at that inflow tail there too. This thing could go full-blown, like, again, large tornado. Like, this could even go PDS if it does drop.
Freaking amazing.
Corey Gherkin actually has a good view. Let's go to Corey. I might have to refresh him real quick.
Channel 4.
Just gonna refresh him just in case. That's what it looks like right now. Look at those rain currents wrapping. Look at the motion. You can see it. The rain current's going right. Got the cloud base there going left. It's definitely spinning. Right near 1804 Road. And it is very possible that we do get a big time tornado with this. It is very possible. Oh, there it is right there. We're about to see it, like, right there in the middle. There's a little tornado coming down, it looks like. It's dropped. It's
This
a
is an
PDS
emergency
tornado.
alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so this has just gone upgraded to PDS. We have a large tornado on the ground in South Dakota. If you are in this warning, you gotta seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Tyler Kurtz has this. Let's go to Tyler. Tyler Kurtz is on this right now. That is a big-time tornado. Look at that. Tyler Kurtz has a big-time tornado on the ground right now. This is, again, just to the west of Mound City in South Dakota. That is a large tornado currently moving towards Mound City, South Dakota. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning.
We're on the board again, guys.
That is a big tornado right now. That is, again, Tyler Kurtz on this. That tornado is growing in size, too. That is definitely rapidly moving to the east. And Brandon Kopic is in a low signal area, but he's basically where that tornado is. Corey Gherkin also has a view of this. Corey Gherkin, that's his view. He's a little bit low signal. That is a big-time tornado. Look how fast that tornado is moving, too. There's a big-time tornado right now moving towards Mound City, South Dakota. Gotta be in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon.
gotta be kidding me!
Okay, wait. So sorry. All right, we're gonna go back to this. The PDS tornado is in North Dakota. My correction. Kidder, North Dakota is under a PDS tornado warning. The storm in South Dakota did get upgraded to observed. All right, sorry, I flipped them. The northern one's actually PDS, which I think the southern one's gonna go PDS no matter what with how large that tornado is. But we do have a large tornado near Steele in North Dakota. My apologies, but either way, you gotta be in your safe place if you're in either warning, because that other tornado is definitely on the larger side of things. Bottom right of your screen, Corey Gherkin. The PDS tornado is near Steele in North Dakota. That is right along I-94, moving to the northeast, and you can see why. The velocity is very tight, just hit the town of Steele, and that is moving right towards I-94. Dawson and Tappan will be in the track of this tornado. This is definitely a strong tornado, though, just by looking at velocities. We're gonna go back to Corey, as he still has that tornado in South Dakota that is in progress. Which, this one is observed. It is not PDS, but either way, it is still a large tornado.
Freaking amazing! Hold on, let's try to get a full shot.
Gonna go back to Brandon Kopic as well. Again, he's on YouTube and Radar Omega. As long as he has signal. I don't think he... Actually, he does not. Okay, we're gonna go back to Corey again.
Gotta be careful because it is.
Where he still has a view of this tornado again, currently near Mound City. Velocity's bottom right of your screen. It's going towards Mound City in South Dakota.
Try to back up a fuzz, see if we can get a little bit better signal here.
We don't have any chasers on that northern the northern storm is the one that's PDS. This one currently does not. We don't have any chasers on it, but the tornado itself will be right over I-94, moving east-northeast towards Dawson, Big Muddy Lake, and also Tappan. So if you are in this area, make sure that you are in your safe place. It is a considerable threat for damage as that continues to move east. And again, what you're looking at the bottom right of your screen, and now full screen, is a live shot of a tornado that is on the ground in northern South Dakota, near Mound City, just south of Harreed. And it's going to be just beyond the cornfields there. That's where this is currently located.
It might be coming to multiple vortex.
It might be occluding. Right side of your screen, that might be occluding.
Well, that didn't help.
I think Kopic might literally just be underneath the storm or like next to the tornado. He is in a low signal area still. All right, this is still on the ground, I think. Tyler Kurtz still has a view of this. Let's go back to Tyler. Tyler still has a view of this tornado right there in the middle of your screen. It's still down and on the ground. Near 1804 Road, moving towards Mound City in South Dakota. Still a stovepipe. I think Connor's coming up on it right now, too. Let's go back to Brandon still inside of it. Corey Gherkin still has a view of it. Connor Croft has a view of it from the outside.
I'm gonna wait.
That's a little bit more distant.
Whatever.
Back to Tyler Kurtz. It is a stovepipe tornado right now, moving towards Mound City. Velocity's bottom right of your screen. That's what it looks like from a distance.
Woohoo! Let's go! Wow, I'm gonna zoom back out.
It looks like it's
the whole
getting
entire
larger.
Structure again for you guys.
Looks like almost like a. That looks like a relatively large tornado. It's starting to become more of like a wedge almost now. It was more of a stovepipe. It's starting to become larger.
Amazing, amazing structure.
Brandon's back. Brandon Kopic is like inside of this almost, I'm pretty sure.
Off the roof.
We'll have a view here in a second once he turns the camera. Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega, I think.
The Starlink was ripped off the roof of my vehicle.
I think he's gonna have a view of this. This is Connor Cross POV.
Where we can see it.
See it right there in the middle. That's the tornado.
Just for a second. I'll move if I
Let's
have
go back to Corey. Corey actually has a good view.
fat-
Again, we have every chaser's on this. That Corey right there. Once it focuses in a little bit, you'll see it kind of like spinning there on the right. That's the tornado.
Come on.
It is rapidly rotating.
Come on, baby.
See it here in a second. It is rapidly rotating. Look at that thing rapidly rotating right there. Looks like it's about to drop a new tornado, actually. It just went back. Let me refresh Corey. I think he's glitching out. Yeah, right there in the middle left. Looks like it's about to drop a new tornado. I think it might have just lifted and now it's dropping a new one. It is still rapidly rotating. Just a quick update on radar. The northern tornado warning, this is the one that's PDS in North Dakota near Steele. That one is rain wrapped and it is moving towards Dawson and Big Muddy Lake. That one currently does not have a CC drop, but it has been confirmed and observed as a large tornado. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The storm that we're on in South Dakota near Mound City, this one is currently still very strong velocities. I'm surprised it isn't actually PDS, just by what we've seen. Go back to Connor. That's Connor's view of this tornado. And by the sounds of it, Brandon Kopic is saying that these are twin tornadoes. There are two tornadoes on the ground. We got twin tornadoes. Let me go back to Corey. Corey has a view of this. Another tornado. The one on the right, that is not the same tornado. There's another tornado that has just dropped there on the right.
Alright, we gotta get the hell in the Dodge.
Let me go back to Tyler. It's Tyler's view right now.
Man, I should have stayed on that road I was on earlier, I guess. Been right up underneath it, but good lord, I got some good pictures.
Tyler has the cleanest view right now of this storm. We're gonna stay on him here for a second. Velocities are just insane on right of your screen. You know any friends or family in the Mound City area of South Dakota? Definitely give them the heads up. It's a slow-moving storm. Hillsview, Eureka, and Hosmer would be the next areas in the line for this. Go back to Corey here. Corey has low signal though. That's the tornado there in the middle. That was the initial one. Connor also has a view here from the side. It's still rapidly rotating. You can see it from a distance. It is still just rapidly rotating.
About to pass to my south, so we're getting to the point where we're gonna be good. There's a vortice in the middle of there. Might have to run away north. Hope.
Go back to Tyler Kurtz. Tyler Kurtz has a very defined wall cloud. Still an unbelievable looking structure. Look at the supercell structure. You can kind of see it curve up. It's an unbelievable looking storm right now. We go back to Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic has a view, it looks like, of still a funnel. Or that lowering. That might just be the lowering.
Did you see the twins? Woo!
And it's dropping again. That is dropping again. It's not condensed, but it is a tornado that is dropping yet again. Look at that thing. Coming a cone tornado again. This could go big. Velocities on radar are just going berserk. It is a bit of a radar hole, but they are still going crazy.
That thing is ripping over there, guys. That is
a
ripping.
cone right now. And it
You made it!
might be going up. If it's still on the ground, it's not condensed. From what I know so far, like, the only good news that I can really say right now is I don't think this has actually hit anything. Or at least any homes or anything like that. That's the hope. The hope was today, if we got any tornadoes, it would just be in the field. And I'm hoping that's what's happened here. Yeah, this is in northern South Dakota, if you're just tuning in. It's near Mound City. Looks like it's been going back up. Corey Gherkin has an unbelievable view of this storm. Look at this thing. That is a crazy shot of this storm. Let me refresh him. Had some signal issues. Unbelievable looking storm.
Guys, just look at that. It's amazing.
We're gonna have signal back in here in a second. While we wait for that, let me go back to Brandon. Brandon Kopic's view. He's a bit closer to where the tornado is. If it is still on the ground, it might not be condensed, but it could still be on the ground. I think Connor has a view, actually. Look at this. This is Connor's view. This tornado warning, the tornado warning in North Dakota was downgraded to observed. It's no longer PDS.
Keep going south, sucker. Just keep going south. Keep going south, buddy.
Velocities are still crazy on radar. Let me go back to Corey Gherkin. Let's give it 1 second. That's the storm structure right there. It's pretty incredible what we're looking at. The cone right there in that middle, right down the road, that's where we're looking for that tornado, which is probably still in progress. It's just not condensed. The rain curtains are still wrapping around it like crazy. If we go back to radar, let me change this to that. But if we go back to radar, this is what we're looking at with rotation. So again, rotation still very strong. It is a little bit off the ground, but there's still very strong velocities here. Got a full-blown hail core too on the north side of this storm, which will go into Mound City, producing the potential for some golf ball sized hail. The PDS tornado that happened back up in North Dakota, that has now been it was downgraded to observed, and now it's pretty much occluded. So I'm not really seeing much up there anymore. All right, let's go back to Corey.
Got another one coming down, guys. Where's my remote?
Oh, it's on the ground. Connor has a view of this on the ground as well.
Wow,
so that's back on the ground.
Man, it's windy right here, though.
The tornado is definitely on the ground right there. Connor Croft right on it.
There it goes. All right, we're good. Directly to our south now.
So this thing is now condensed again, and it's definitely on the ground.
There we go.
Going right towards Mound City in South Dakota.
Sidewinder.
This has not been upgraded to PDS. It hasn't been updated in 15 minutes either.
Oh yeah, it's about to rope out. There it goes.
And that was a Timu NATO. That was on the ground for like 30 seconds. Let's go back to Corey Gherkin. That's Corey's view. Wow. Unbelievable. It's got a hashtag Timu NATO in the chat. That thing was on the ground for like 30 seconds. Once again, looks like it's an open field, which I'm happy with. Hopefully. It doesn't look like it hit anything. It's actually still on the ground. If we go back to Connor, it is still on the ground. That's live.
There it is. There it is. Woohoo! Wow, what a sweet tornado.
Looks like it's still kind of roping out right now.
Road's down here. Wow, incredible tornado right there, man. We're gonna get close to this thing soon. I got a road up here. I got a road up here. This thing's stay on the ground for me. No, don't dissipate now. Just getting close. Don't you dissipate now. Come on, buddy.
He was trying to drive into the tornado, I bet. Low signal. Let me go back to Corey again. That's Corey's view of this tornado. Absolutely incredible. Look at that rotation in the cloud base right there too. It's pretty unbelievable what we're seeing here.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado warning now for northern South Dakota for Mound City. So again, if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter. This is for Campbell County in South Dakota. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your safe place, preferably a basement, storm shelter, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Yet again, this is now a PDS tornado warning on this storm. Very strong rotation near the surface, just about a couple thousand feet off the ground where the lifting condensation level is. There's a lot of rotation there. The tornado's been in and out here over the last several minutes, but again, it is definitely possible that we see something larger drop.
A sucker.
This is Connor's view, which the remnants of the tornado is gone, it looks like.
Basically in it.
Let me go back to Tyler Kurtz. Tyler Kurtz has a view of the entire storm here. And then we'll go back to Corey and Brandon whenever they come back.
What is happening?
They're pretty close to it, too. Actually, let's go back to Connor. Connor's, like, underneath it. That little lowering up there at the top, that's what was on the ground.
Definitely new circulation right here.
That is a new area of circulation that's developing.
Oh, yeah.
This doesn't have much to...
right in front of me. Jeez.
Yeah, it's actually on the ground again. Look at the wind at the bottom, too.
Like all the grass moving. Right in front of me,
this is probably going to be something that drops here for the next, like, 30 minutes to an hour, because, like, this storm has nothing stopping it. It is a... Bottom right of your screen, it is a very discrete supercell in northern South Dakota.
Right in front of me. Big cone funnel. Big cone funnel right in front of me.
Connor's only within, like, he's, like, within a half a mile, I feel like, of that.
Is that plants, dude? That freaking plants?
Wow. Look at Corey Gherkin's view here. You're going to see it. I got to refresh it again. Corey has an unbelievable view of this structure, if I time it right. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Look at the mothership of a supercell here. Unbelievable. It's a massive supercell.
Channel 4.
I'll keep you up.
You guys are going to see it more in a second, too, when he pans to the right. It has literally an inflow tail and everything. It's pretty unbelievable.
Kinda.
Almost has a pancake stack. Connor was talking about pancakes earlier, if you were here. Pancake stack. Unbelievable.
I want to get the drone up on it, but we got way too much weight.
It's like a big cheeseburger, to be honest.
We are close.
I'm gonna go back to Corey.
No!
I think Connor has a tornado dropping right over him.
Holy hell is all I gotta say.
Might have one dropping in a second. I'm gonna go back to him in a second.
Are you kidding?
This is Connor Croft. He's basically underneath the rotation.
Still on the ground, though. Might be trying to condense.
It's a non-condensed tornado, but it is trying to condense right now.
There it goes. Coming down. Oh yeah, big tornado on the ground. Big tornado on the ground. Big tor, back on the ground, chat. Back on the ground. Big tornadoes back on the ground.
There it goes again.
Gonna get on it. Gonna get on it.
It is on the ground again. It's been on the ground like 4 separate times, it feels like now.
My plant. just plant.
It's a big, large bowl lowering right there in the middle. It just hasn't condensed.
Big funnel, big tornadoes right there.
It's going right towards Mound City, South Dakota. If you're just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. We've had several different tornadoes with this over the last really 20 minutes or so, and it looks like we have a new one that is trying to drop and condense. Hasn't had a whole lot of success here in the last couple minutes, but it is still rapidly rotating, and nothing's really slowing this storm down other than time, really.
We're like in it.
Connor's basically just underneath this right now.
Might be time to get out. Freaking basically in this thing.
Right above his head. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, right above his head, it's spinning right there.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here a little bit. Let's back up.
I mean, Connor's almost in it right now.
Thing's like stationary. Just lift it again.
Still spinning like crazy. Again, that motion at the top, that's where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. Just rapidly rotating for the time being. Velocities have been going crazy for the last little while. Bottom right of your screen, that's the velocities on the storm. But again, we are in a bit of a radar hole, so this is basically several thousand feet off the ground.
I was gonna plant again for a second. Didn't want to. Still rotating right there. It is not even moving.
Do we have a drunk NATO? Did I just hear drunk NATO?
It'll be good right here.
It's not moving. Drunk NATO. Drunk NATO potential does exist here.
Whew. Sketchy spot up there. Still got the white funnel. It's a sketchy spot up there, chap.
Still trying. Have I ever personally seen a tornado? I have not.
Huge mezzo, man. Still looks like it's coming at me somehow, bro.
Look at Corey. Just real quick, look at Corey Gherkin's view. Look at Corey Gherkin's view of this supercell. This is the same exact storm that's been producing tornadoes. It is unbelievable. It almost looks like a hamburger. Insanity. I would say the tornado that, or the storm that we had in Kansas the other week was probably like 2 weeks ago. I think that structure was better than this one, but still definitely contender for structure of the year.
In front of us, man.
Back to Connor. Thank you, Saturn, for the 3 months. Still spinning. It hasn't really made an effort to drop again.
Makes it tricky when the tornado's uncondensed. All we have is a white funnel.
By the way, I'm retweeting photos and videos. If you missed any of this on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, feel free to follow me on there. We'll be posting updates on there throughout the stream and also throughout, you know, whatever else happens after this.
It's still right in front of us, man.
Back to Corey. I mean, this storm is just insane. This is Corey Gherkin again with the structure shot. And also, you can see still the rotation there in the middle. So, this is still a pretty good shot. Connor's just underneath it. If it does drop, you're going to see some pretty crazy winds where Connor is. go back to Connor again.
Not ideal.
Connor still has it spinning at the very top of your
I
screen.
can't really move yet. It's just gonna have to get rain wrapped.
Velocities are still off the charts near Mountain City.
It's stationary right there.
And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado warn cell, particularly dangerous situation.
On the ground again.
We're gonna go to Brandon Kopic, who's on YouTube, and Radar Omega. He has a little bit of that lowering as well. Look at that little like funnel at the top of your screen. It looks like a Hershey Kiss funnel.
That's not you. No, that's a truck. That was not.
Yeah, that wasn't me. No, mine. Let me see if I can get my video up. Yeah, I had it at that time too, right there. I wasn't far from you.
No.
This thing is still trying.
Right here.
Yep, stay dry.
Stunning sunset behind it too.
Oh, this has been absolutely incredible, guys. Absolutely incredible.
Back to Corey. Corey also has that view of that Hershey Kiss funnel.
It's a little funnel hanging out.
And Connor is still pretty much right next to this rotation, so if it does drop, you know, I'll let you know. Do we have any clear view of it? Kopic definitely got the footage of the day. Did he? He didn't have signal. I'm guessing he got some video, though. Thank you, John, for becoming a 3-month member. Back to Connor.
Right on the edge of the collar cloud.
So we got a lot of moving parts with this. Still really strong rotation still in the low-level cloud deck. I haven't really seen much of a funnel anymore, though. Like a very small one. And if you're just tuning in, this is our PDS tornado warn cell. It is a particularly dangerous situation that does continue for Mound City, South Dakota. This is a view of the storm right now, which is currently moving to the east. Hills View and Eureka will be next in track for this, but it is a slow-moving storm at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So it's not overly fast. It's not an imminent concern for those areas, but something to watch for. Velocities still remain relatively strong. We're going to go back to Connor, as really he still has a view there, top middle of your screen.
Straight for a little bit, and then I can go south, but
still a lowering there for sure.
To go too much straight. We'll see though. There's a baseball on the road.
I mean, Brandon Kopic, this is from a few minutes ago. It's not live. I just want to show you this real quick. Again, he's on YouTube and Radar Omega. That's what it looked like right next to him about 20 minutes ago. So that was a little, again, not live, but that was a few minutes ago.
On the ground.
So he was literally right next to this. You watch the rest of it on his YouTube channel, but that was what it looked like. It was literally right in front of him. That's why he had no signal. He has Starlink, so he had no signal in the where the tornado was. I mean, I'm gonna go back to him real quick. This is just a video from earlier. Literally, look how slow that thing is moving. It's crazy how slow the tornado is moving. It was like really fast moving when it first dropped, and it kind of slowed down. It was pretty interesting. Thank you, Dylan, for the Venmo. I'll have to check it out after. We don't have a deal with them, unfortunately.
Back over here.
They ripped the Starlink off his car? Oh, really?
I got a lot of motion back there again.
We go back to Connor. Connor still has a view of at least a little bit of a lowering. It's kind of getting rain wrapped though.
Good. No damage to the house really. It came right across here.
By the way, thank you Chappie for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you Vantage for the super chats.
Barn got shredded a little bit.
Thank you also Jivo for becoming a member.
So rain wrap now. It was a weak tornado. Just shredded this barn.
It is becoming pretty rain wrapped pretty quickly. Might be losing view of this. Go back to Connor.
So it was a tornado, guys. It came right through here. Which I mean, I knew it was a tornado, but dang, this thing's so rain wrapped now. It's ridiculous. Uncondensed rain wrapped tornado. There it is. There it is, coming back down.
Yeah, it's come back down right now, middle of your screen. It's hard to see because it blends in, but that white funnel there in the middle, that is coming back down again.
Down.
And just southwest of Mound City, South Dakota.
There it is. It's like right in front of me, dude. It's in this field.
Brandon Kopic thinks it's on the ground, by the way. So, likely a new non-condensed tornado again on the ground there in the middle of your screen. The rain is going to make this very difficult to see.
Literally right here in this field. It's on the ground. Just lost visual of the cone funnel that was there.
Connor has the best view of this right now. It's very hard to see. Corey has a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. I think Tyler does too.
Big rotation. Ground.
This thing's becoming rain-wrapped very fast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You have a new tornado warning for Kidder County and Strutsman County, North Dakota. That is on a new area of circulation near Crystal Springs, moving to the east-northeast. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It is a rain-wrapped area of circulation, has been developing for the last few minutes. If you're near I-94, near Crystal Springs, between that and Tappan, back towards Medina, make sure that you're in your safe place. The northern rotation, the one that was PDS earlier, that has gone away. It is occluded. That tornado warning will be let to expire. And again, this is still our PDS tornado warning cell. Tornado is likely going to be a bit more rain-wrapped. Connor's kind of next to it still. Still have a view, though, if you go look at the top of your screen again.
Hey,
still have a view, a bit of a little lowering there. Still a funnel. Probably a non-condensed tornado. Still there. I can't really outline it for you, but it's very top of your screen. You can see it. It's very white. Blends in a lot with the sky.
Slow movers, man. Tornadoes can deviate like crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it is on the ground again.
Am I right? What the heck? Getting out of here. Weird.
I think Connor's now in the hail core too.
Get me out of here.
Connor's gonna reposition. Still there.
Weird motion on this storm, man. Like moving backwards now.
Go back to Corey Gherkin. Corey has a view of the structure from a little bit of a distance here.
Look at a funnel about halfway to the ground back there.
Go back to Connor in a minute once he gets back into position. Thank you, Josh, for the $5 super chat. Congratulations, that's awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations. Welcome Ian to the Velocities. Appreciate the super chat. Drunk NATO? It might be. Can't really tell. It kind of looks drunk though. Some drunk NATO emojis in the chat. If you guys don't know what a drunk NATO is, that's what it looks like. And that's what it is with the description. Usually, what we call a drunk NATO is something that is just going all over the place, taking U-turns, doing whatever, barely moving. Yeah, it's not an official definition, but it's what we call it. This is, by the way, still a PDS tornado warning cell. They just updated it as of now. It is still confirmed as a large and extremely dangerous tornado by weather spotters. So this is still, as of right now, a PDS tornado that is heading in the direction of Mound City. So if you're in Mound City or surrounding areas in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. It is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. I'm going to go back to Connor, who is still on this storm. He is in the rain, but if there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Looks like the wind's picking up too on those trees.
Dang it, bro. Let's try a road to my south. Try to not see this. I'm gonna go this way and then try and bail south. Gotta get some hail in here. Oh, those stationary rain wrap uncondensed tornadoes, chat, man.
Thank you, by the way,
we
Keith,
missed
for the
it when it
$10
was at its
Venmo.
peak.
Appreciate that.
Fortunately, we were not close to it when it was going nuts.
Go back to Corey. That's Corey's view. I think at this point, if there is a tornado, it is rain wrapped, or whatever is left is gonna be that right there in the middle with the the lowering. I'll go back to live radar for a moment. See what the latest radar scan shows. Thank you, Dylan. Or sorry, thank you, David, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Orcaz, for the $4.99. Finally, an actual Dakota event. Yeah, the Dakotas is not somewhere where we cover that often. For those that are new to the channel or even been here for a while, we've only covered North and South Dakota like 3 times, I think. Like, as the main area. We don't ever cover this area. It just hasn't been that crazy the last few years. Last time that I covered this was probably about a month ago, and then before that was probably about 2 years ago. So we don't cover North and South Dakota hardly at all. Not because I don't like covering it, it's just we don't ever have to really cover this area. So, yeah, it's definitely not an area that we cover very often. All right, we'll go back to Corey. Still not sure if we have anything on the ground anymore. As of about 3 minutes ago, this was still confirmed as a large, extremely dangerous tornado, but I'm not seeing anything definitive unless this is just fully rain wrapped.
I figured where the heck the camera's looking. Alright, that's great.
Check CC. CC's not going to show much, because we are in a radar hole, and the other thing is that anything that the CC is picking up is mostly just hail contamination, so that's what that is. Or just low precip. So, yeah. From what I'm seeing on velocities, it doesn't look nearly as impressive. If we go back like 7 scans, this thing was crazy. It does appear broader. It's just hard to tell because we are in between, again, multiple radar sites. We go back to the one that's to the east, you can kind of see it become a bit broader. So there's a possibility that this has been broadening out. It is still a very discrete supercell, so we could see a new one drop at any point. So we'll have to watch that closely.
Dang, Freedom, that stinks. How much longer did I say?
Pretty unbelievable supercell nonetheless. Look at that inflow tail on the right too. You're going to see the entire thing here in a second. Very, very impressive storm. Almost looks like a dust storm. I mean, I feel like the sun with the angle is just kind of giving it that vibe because the sun is setting right now.
BP! Welcome from Manitoba. Hi, bro, what's happening? Marilyn, how you doing? What a freaking chase this is! My goodness! We got that tornado earlier. Got 3 or 4.
By the way, huge W to all the storm chasers that we have today. Tyler Kurtz, PA Storm Trackers, Connor Croft, Corey Gherkin, and Brandon Kopic. Absolutely stellar. Day from every chaser. Corey Gherkin's kind of in the best spot right now. Connor's on a little bit on the backside. If we have a tornado, it would be most visible probably to Brandon or Corey. I don't think we have one, though. I don't think we have anything on the ground currently. New tornado warning will probably come out here in a minute or two. At least this warning will probably get updated here in a few minutes, or we'll get a new one. Because this warning expires in 9 minutes. It is still PDS. Thank you, Anthony, for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you to anybody, by the way, that super chatted or became a member during that stretch. I do appreciate it. Hopefully I get to all of you. Helps the channel out a lot. Helps us be able to have all the chasers that we have, all the equipment, everything like that. So I do appreciate your support. And again, if you want to see any photos or videos of this tornado, we have a ton of them on our Twitter page, at MaxVelocityWX. So a lot of different stuff on our Twitter page. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. And if you guys are just tuning in and you missed everything, you can go back in the stream. That is also an option. Thank you, Addy, for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Anthony, also for the second $4.99 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. How long has it been since Max quit drinking soda? It's been about 4 weeks from today. It was the last time I had soda. Almost an entire month. Back to live radar. Should get a new tornado warning here in a moment. Kind of looks like it is recycling, though. Velocities are a little bit stronger, it looks like, on the last few scans. It might be coming together again. Rotation's still there near Mound City. Thank you, Karen, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that a lot. Put smarts in the chat for Karen. That is the highest tier membership on the channel. Appreciate the generosity. Warning does go for 5 more minutes. And then from there, we should get a new tornado warning. I don't think it'll be PDS unless we have something that is on the ground that we can even see. I'm not seeing anything as of right now, though, from any chaser that we have that would indicate that. So Jack Anthony says hi. Thanks, Anthony, for another super chat. All right, we'll go back to probably somebody in a second. We'll stay here for the next radar scan. How's Rapid City? Rapid City's not going to see anything tonight. Behind the cold front. Still got rotation up in North Dakota near Crystal Springs. It is fully rain wrapped. I kind of doubt this is going to make much of a run at anything significant. So my time is misaligned. How the heck did that happen? Excuse me? What the Sigma? How did that even happen? I cannot see the time. I'm blind. I got blinding light. Trying to look up there. Has it been like that the entire time? I don't know if it's on everything. It's kind of interesting. I don't even know how that happened. Thank you, V, for the super chat. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Anthony says hi to Anthony. Thanks for the super chat. Wow. Velocities are going crazy again. I mean, maybe in like the low levels. I don't. Yeah, I'm looking at different POVs right now. I'm not seeing anything like what the radar's showing. Velocities are going crazy again, though. You'll see it when the radar updates. Thank you, Jim, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We'll have a new tornado warning within the next 3 minutes, would be my guess on this. This storm is moving pretty slowly. Yeah, it's only moving east at about 15 miles per hour. At this point, it's going really in the middle of nowhere. I mean, Hillsview would be the next place in track, and 271 basically would just be farmland and whatnot. Velocities are going crazy again, though. This is what it looked like earlier. I mean, Corey's kind of underneath it, and I'm not seeing anything that really resembles it. And we will go back to either Corey or Connor here in a second. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. No, I have not. Go back to... This is Corey's view. Oh, what's going on there?
Like
that's Corey's view of the supercell. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's on the ground, though. It looks just like a... I see the storm base there in the middle. I'm not seeing anything even through that rain shaft. Unless it is just a rain-wrapped tornado, which is pretty unlikely.
I was sitting here talking to some cops. There is a house trailer that got hit. I guess it was like thrown across the road on some Johnson Road, and then those high-power transmission lines, I guess some of those got knocked down.
Velocities are still crazy, though. Should have a new tornado warning in a moment. Warning expires in 2 minutes. Thank you, V, for the $5 super chat.
I'm not able to get your transmission.
You know the one?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, they have issued a new tornado warning, which is going to basically end the PDS tornado warning. So we're going to be back to a radar-indicated tornado warning for Mound City, South Dakota. That's the only location in this warning. So if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving to the east. There is a, like, CC drop sort of thing, but that would just be some sort of clear air contamination. Nothing definitive. If we had a tornado, I feel like we'd at least have an idea by just from the storm chasers that we have. But I do think we're going to probably have a new one. It looks like it's recycling. So we're probably going to have a new tornado dropping here in the next few minutes. But we are going into nighttime. It's becoming a little bit more difficult to see things. If we go back to Corey, Corey has still a pretty good view of this. PDS has now officially gone away. So we're back down just to a normal tornado warning. No problem, Pete. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Look at Brandon Kopic's feed. This is Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega. That's his view of this storm right now.
You might want to go, please.
No problem, Ronald. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Thank you for tuning in, Eddie and Jack. What's tomorrow's outlook? Check out my video from today. Has more details on that. Nothing's changed really for my forecast today. It's pretty much the same forecast. Corey has a good view of that inflow tail, too. Otter said it's back on the ground again. Alright, there's a tornado on the ground from what I'm hearing from Brandon Kopic as well.
Looks like a tornado to me.
Connor thinks there's a tornado. Brandon Kopic thinks there's a tornado. Brandon Kopic does have a view of said tornado that is a little bit clearer. You can see it right there.
Tornado north, tornado right there.
So we have yet again another tornado on the ground in South Dakota.
There is a tornado.
It has recycled.
Classic case of pick your battles, and this is one I am not.
Well, it's undoubtedly on the ground, just looking at velocities. They've gone crazy again. Very hard to see. I think it is really getting rain wrapped. Or yeah, it's this view. Let me go back to Connor. Connor's driving into a big surge of wind. I think he's in the RFD right now. And it's near Mountain City, South Dakota. You can see how the wind is whipping against Connor right now.
Can't see in here though.
Very difficult to see. But again, it's
somewhere up there.
At this point, sounds like we do have a tornado on the ground, as I said before. It's just impossible to see right now. It is dark now, and it's gonna be rain wrapped. I think Corey thinks it's on the ground as well. Velocity's bottom right of your screen again, just going crazy. Corey sees it. Corey actually does have a view of this. You'll kind of see it here in a second. Let me just refresh this. Oh, there we go. You'll see it right there in the middle, I think, right there. Kind of see that bowl lowering. It looks like that would be your tornado right there. The lightning flashes are what's going to give it away. Okay, Corey thinks it's a funnel. Brandon and Connor thought it was a tornado, which it may have been like a minute or two ago. It might also be a non-condensed tornado.
At least just a funnel from what I can tell right now. Get these headlights out of the way.
I'm gonna go back to Connor. He has a view of this again. Connor has a pretty good view of this, right in the middle of your screen. It is nighttime, as I said before, obviously, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to see.
It looks legit right there. It looks like it's coming down. I'm gonna take this road because I don't see anything wrong with it. Radar indicator right now.
Still not seeing anything. If we had a lightning strike, might see something. Just the rain is playing with this. Velocities are still very strong, though, just south of Mountain City, or southeast of Mountain City. Just again, it's pretty much all rain wrapped right now. Pretty much all rain wrapped.
Look looking for a visual, chat.
Connor's trying to get a visual. Thank you, Jim, for the super chat.
All I can see to the north is the edge of the mezzo sometimes and a big lightning strike. A big lightning strike, you can see the very edge of the mezzo.
I don't think there's enough evidence to make this PDS. I just don't think there's enough yet. With that said, I mean, this is the other radar site. Look at this thing. If there's a tornado, it's gonna be right there. Look at the velocities. Honestly, there's no CC drop, but this could be a big tornado. It's just, we can't really tell. Just due to purely how rain wrapped this is. If we know anything, we'll obviously let you know. It's just, it's so hard to tell. Corey definitely sees a lowering from what I've heard. Velocities are very tight. This is at least a lowering. If not, it is a tornado. It has a classic looking hook echo. If we had a radar site...
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so we're back to a PDS tornado warning. This is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground southeast of Mound City. If you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place. This is not a different storm. It's the same storm moving very slowly. It is an extremely dangerous tornado. Again, large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground near Mound City in South Dakota. Again, no CC drop, but we're so far away from the radar site, we're not really going to see much of anything there when it comes to the CC radar. But again, tornado on the ground just east of 83. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you're getting to your safe place underground or basement, whatever it might be. Get to your safe place. It's an extremely dangerous situation. We're back to a PDS tornado warning storm here. Now, I'm still filtering through to see if we get any clear shot of this. It's dark out. Everybody's kind of in the same area. It's hard to see. Connor's pretty close to this. He's within about 1.5 miles or so of where this tornado is. We just need a lightning strike to see it, basically. Thank you, Anthony, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Sorry about the
This is reportedly a large cone tornado. Let's see if we have anything with Tyler Kurtz. Tyler Kurtz is in this area too.
I might be alright to go get gas. I already have enough gas.
Okay, Brandon Kopic just said large tornado on the ground, and I think... Alright, Connor has a view of it too. Let me go back to Connor. Connor just had a view of the large tornado.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to go back like 10 seconds here.
Absolutely freaking tornado.
Alright, go back 20 seconds. Apparently just had a view of it.
Oh, huge freaking tornado.
Yeah, right there, you can see it.
Holy
large
shit.
tornado right there.
Massive freaking
Yeah, that's a
cone.
big cone tornado right there.
Oh my god.
This is on the ground near Mound
Huge
City.
freaking tornado. Huge tornado
On the east side of Mound City.
Absolutely giant. Huge tornadoes in progress, guys.
Back to live.
Tornado. Probably a massive multi-vortex.
Also, Brandon Kopic has a view. Brandon Kopic, again, on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You'll see it here in a second. He also has a view a bit from a distance, but right there in the middle, you can see
Right
it
in the middle of the
once he gets by
screen,
these
guys.
trees.
Big tornado in
That is the
progress.
large tornado. In a second. If it loads. Kind of see it there in the middle. The lightning flashes give it away. Yeah, right there. That's a good view of it. It's a large cone tornado for sure.
Look at that thing. Big time tornado. Big time tornado.
Wow, that's a big tornado. Just outside of Mound City.
Get a video of that.
Go back to Corey. I think Corey has a view of this beyond the trees. Possibly. Connor cannot see it anymore. It's become rain wrapped again. We'll go back to Brandon Kopic, by the way, once he comes back. He did lose signal. I'm going back to Connor.
Just a massive freaking cone.
Man, this is a big-time tornado near Mound City that has become extremely rain-wrapped by the looks of it. I'm going to go back to radar real quick. This is what it looks like on radar. That's your tornado on the east side of Mound City. Over the last few scans, you'll notice it has become relatively rain-wrapped. It's kind of just getting wrapped in this rain now. So, honestly, it might just be difficult to see in general over the next several minutes. But if you are in this warning, obviously continue to stay in your safe place. If you are, for whatever reason, traveling along Highway 10, I would avoid it if you are going anywhere between Eureka and Mound City.
Woo!
Brandon is back. We'll
That thing was
pull over to him
big
if he
and it
sees
was
anything.
down. Couldn't see it until you were close.
Connor's going to be driving right towards this. So if we...
Alright, keep an eye out to the left.
We got a flash of lightning, we should be able to
Try
see
and
it.
get out ahead of it a little bit again. Should have a better chance of seeing it.
Hey, Durham, I feel for them. That's not an easy situation. Especially being a first responder. Hopefully nobody's gotten hit by these tornadoes. I mean, they've been... Luckily, I mean, again, these are relatively, you know, rural states. There's not like a, you know, there's only a few population centers that are major. A lot of them are really small. So far, from what I've seen with these tornadoes, they've not really hit anything. This one, we don't really know because it's just so dark outside. It's nighttime, dude. We don't really know where this exactly is. If this was, you know, an hour ago, I think we'd have like a clear as day view of this.
I don't see anything, chap.
Brandon Kopic just said it's still there. Brandon's gonna have a view of this, I think, in a second. All right, you gotta watch closely in like the middle. Oh yeah, middle right there. That's still there. Yeah, the tornado is still on the ground. Again, this is Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega.
Yeah, it's still there.
That right there in the middle, though, is middle right is the tornado. That lightning is the only thing that's giving it away. It's a little bit below signal area, but
my goodness,
stick with them.
RFD surge is insane.
All right,
Yep,
Brandon just said it's no longer on the ground.
ground.
I do think that's true. I'm not seeing anything that was condensed a moment ago. It didn't look like it was condensed, but it looks like it's not even like bowl lowered anymore.
At least it's not.
It doesn't look like a bowl anymore. Connor has a view now of it. Gotta watch the lightning, then gotta kind of watch the
Back
middle.
in there. Or what's left of it is. What's left of it's back there.
Last time I heard from Brandon, he doesn't think it's on the ground. Corey, I don't think has seen it yet.
Yeah, what's left of it's just to our north.
I think Connor thinks it's on the ground. Connor
This
and
is an
Brandon are in the
emergency
same
alert.
spot. This was
A large
just...
and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay. So this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It was just updated, so it is still a PDS tornado.
Yeah, that's the old mezzo. I don't think it's on the ground still.
Connor doesn't think it's on the ground right now.
Can't confirm or deny though. I don't think it is.
I'm retweeting a photo of the tornado that was just southeast of Mountain City on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to check it out. Ben Williams is chasing. I don't think he's live though, but he had a photo of it on his Twitter page.
Oh, there it is. It's down. Cone funnel.
All right, Connor thinks it's on the ground.
Tor. Right, coming down right now. Tornado coming down right now. Where'd it go? Chad, there was just a cone funnel, bro. Chad, you saw that, right? You saw that back there, right, Chad?
I kind of saw it.
Just
I'm
disappeared.
not his chat though.
Randomly. I think it's trying to cycle. Where's this sucker back there? It's still back there.
There's a chance it's cycling again. I mean, if we go back to
Bugger's
radar
back.
again, this is what it looks like. Velocity's still pretty tight east of Mountain City. Not nearly as, you know, I would say violent of winds as we had moments ago, but it is still tight rotation east of Mountain City. With that said, the supercell itself is definitely not nearly as organized. It is definitely still organized enough, but the hook is kind of gone. The tornado kind of fed into the rain. Can we go back to Brandon maybe? Or might go to Corey. We're gonna go back to Corey. This is Corey Gherkin's view. You can see the large just lowering right there.
Hello, you guys back?
Yeah, Corey has a little bit of an advanced camera for this. Connor has it coming down again.
Come down again.
You just gotta kind of look in the middle of your screen. It looks like it's coming down again.
It's occluding back in the
A
rain.
little bit of a lowering.
It's trying to cycle. We'll see if it's successful. That's the old mezzo. It still has a funnel. Probably still a tornado. It's trying to form a new one out in front of us. RFDs are rapping hard. Well,
go back to Corey again.
back on the ground.
Okay, there's a tornado on the ground according to Connor and Corey. Corey did have a view of it. I'm gonna go back to Corey. Look in the middle right of your screen. You'll kind of see it, I think. Yeah, middle right. I think. It's somewhere in here. You just saw it, and I just saw it too. Man, it's just so hard to tell. I literally just saw it on the other screen.
Oh yeah. Another one down. Oh, the camera's gonna pick it up. Definitely two down in there.
I'm gonna go back to Connor.
Alright, well based on radar, it should finally be lifting. Like actually.
Yeah, looking at radar, this is velocities.
Should actually be lifting. This
The
is a new
tornado would be
trying to
right
form over here, chat.
Just east of Mountain City.
New tornado's trying to form over there. That one is
could be
officially
two
gone.
tornadoes too.
Oh, that's one
Corey
last
thought it
one
might be
off. I'm gonna
twins.
start heading that way. Keep an eye out over here. There's a new tornado trying to form, guys. See if it can.
Latest velocity scan though, much weaker than before.
Hey, it's Freddy.
about to leave, but
Will this little tornado back there ever die?
What?
Will this little tornado back there ever die, or is it?
I think it's still in the big town.
Yeah, there's literally like a
I'll
rope
go back
a second
to
ago.
Corey again. Corey still has a pretty good view of this. I'm just gonna refresh just to make sure it's up to date. Sometimes he goes by for some reason. Alright. I highly doubt this is gonna go tornado emergency, especially just due to the fact that it looks like it's weakening on radar. Oh, we just lost Corey. Oh, no, we're good. Just a little low signal. The middle of the screen is that lowering. You can kind of see it with the loading signal there just below it. I do think this time he's lost signal. Alright, we'll go back to radar. This is still a PDS tornado warning cell for 8 more minutes. To be honest with you, this might be its last hurrah. I mean, it still has opportunity, I think, to have another tornado. But we are starting to lose daylight heating, 1. And 2, it is also not going to be nearly as favorable of an environment for tornadoes in general. Let me just double check to see what the meso-analysis looks like. Actually, no, maybe it has more time. It actually might have more time than what I thought. This actually could have time up until like midnight. This could keep going. It could recycle again. It doesn't look as impressive though as a few minutes ago. That's for sure. It's definitely lost its grip a little bit. But there is a ton of spin in the atmosphere still. Very curved photographs across northern South Dakota. The storms up to the north, though, I think for sure are pretty close to, done with at least the tornado threat. I think it's a much lower chance. Still got a little bit of rotation south of Medina and Cleveland. But mostly just lightning and gusty winds. Let me go back in time a little bit. Let's go back 30 frames. You can kind of see it. It's the supercell itself. It's just very slow moving, obviously. It has been. It's lost its hook. It could recycle again. It still has an opportunity, I think, to produce another tornado. It's the latest velocity scan. Rotation's actually kind of going backwards. We might have another drunk NATO. It's going northwest. I have another drunk NATO. If it is still on the ground. Back to Corey. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. Yeah, this is a tornado warning in northern South Dakota. It is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for 6 more minutes. There will more than likely be a new tornado warning on this, would be my guess. Velocities are definitely weaker, so we'll have to wait and see. But the structure still looks kind of crazy. Again, Corey's right on the structure. It's near Mountain City, South Dakota. Very far northern South Dakota. Still a wall cloud there in the middle, too. Is it just me, or does the feed look eerie and scary? Well, it doesn't help that it's night. That's for sure. Because, the sun set almost about an hour ago. A little under an hour ago. We are in northern South Dakota. We're not in North Dakota. We are in northern South Dakota. Connor has a view of a funnel.
Pretty sure there's a funnel in the middle.
That's the wall right there. I'm probably gonna go back to Corey, because he has that, night vision thing. He has a funnel, though. That is a wall cloud with a funnel again.
Look at the structure.
Corey just lost signal, so we're gonna go back to Connor. no problem, Patty. Appreciate the super chat and the generosity.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, they have issued a new tornado warning going in the direction of Eureka, west of Hillsview. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Our new tornado might be forming right there. We actually might have a mezzo handoff happening right now with this, so we might have just a new tornado developing in general, just by how clear the wall cloud was, like how clearly visible it was. I'm guessing that is a new tornado that is now developing, going in the direction of Eureka. So if you are in this warning, definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. It's hopefully just not hitting anybody. It's hopefully just a lot of fields, but you are in this warning, definitely stay in your safe place. It is not PDS, by the way, this new one, but we still have that PDS warning for 3 more minutes.
Certainly looks like it. It certainly looks like a tornado, but I don't know if it is. Doesn't look like it's in the right spot.
Does your radar look different than mine? Might just be
radar.
using a different radar site. There are a couple in this area that are all kind of distant. Looking at Corey too. Corey has a full-blown like Scud-NATO kind of looking thing. Go back to Corey. Look at Corey's view. Look at that. Right there in the middle right of your screen. I think that's what Connor's seeing too. Wait for velocities to update. This would be where our tornado is. It's actually not going to be rain wrapped this time. At least for now. If it is a tornado. Connor thinks it's tornado-ish. He can't really tell, though. Latest velocity scan, not really too impressive. Corey has, I think, a little bit better view, just because he's a little bit higher up. We'll go back to Connor, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Connor
it
has a
looks
good
like
view,
that's
too.
where it would have been. I can't tell if it's down still.
Can't really tell.
Looked more convincing a couple minutes ago, but we couldn't see it. Couldn't see it a couple minutes ago when it looked like an actual tornado.
The PDS tornado warning will be lifted in now. I was about to say in like a minute, but now it's officially lifted. So we no longer have the PDS tornado. It is back down to a normal tornado warning here in South Dakota, east of Mound City. It includes a population of about 100. So if you are in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Still looks like a Scuddy lowering.
Maybe it'll drop again. That looks like a little funnel. Can't tell.
Back to Corey again. That's Corey's view. Just looks like a Scuddy lowering right now. Doesn't look organized. Velocities are starting to at least weaken a little bit. He's going to lose signal here. We're going to go back to Connor. Oops, wrong button.
got there.
See if Connor has a view of anything here. CC isn't showing anything.
Couple tweaking.
And we go back to radar again. Again, we're just too far away from the radar site for the CC to really show anything unless we have like a really intense tornado. Even then, the velocities right now in the last few scans, it looked like it was recycling. It still appears as if it's trying to recycle. And again, if we get a tornado be in this hook right here, we still got an inflow notch. Still got a pretty large hail core too. But I think... Let's see what happens. But I think... We'll kind of see what happens. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that the last hurrah may have just happened. I'm still not ruling out that we get another tornado drop. We just had a meso handoff. So it's very possible that we do get another tornado still. Go back to Connor and see if we can see anything. Brandon Kopic thinks it's done. What Brandon thinks. Brandon's pretty close to it too. They're all kind of in proximity. Connor's going back into low signal. We'll go back to him in a second. But you got Corey Gherkin, you got Connor Croft, and Brandon Kopic all in the same proximity. It's the latest scan. Still looks like it's trying. The velocity's still showing a little bit of a tightening there. You're 271 and Highway 10. So it's still possible that we have a tornado or something trying to drop there. Thank you, by the way, Dog, for becoming a 6-month VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your continued support. Really do appreciate it. How much I was surprised was the PDS. From what we saw, I wasn't surprised. I was actually surprised it took as long as it did for the South Dakota storm to go PDS, because I thought it was PDS initially, and it wasn't. It was the North Dakota one. But yeah, I was kind of surprised it wasn't PDS when I thought it was, but even then, I'm not shocked. That's why I went live today. I'm not really shocked that we had PDS tornado warnings today. Today just kind of felt like that kind of day where we could see something like that. You know, just with everything that we saw with, you know, the hodographs being crazy, like very curved hodographs today, which means that there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So yeah, stuff like that, again, just it didn't really surprise me today. That's again why we went live when we did.
We're getting Scuddy again.
So you're the head mod for Brandon. Is this true? It is true. I'm the head mod. Head mod of Brandon. Head mod of Connor. I'm the head mod of Stormrunner Media. Head mod of Freddy, I think. Head mod of everybody. Back to Corey here. Corey's pretty close here. You got the lowering right there. Thank you, Modern, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that's become a member. Super chatted, donated, Venmo'd, anything like that. Appreciate the support. Helps the channel out a lot. Helps us be able to have all the storm chasers that we have as well. I think Corey just lost connection. Back to Connor. How do you find all that time for that in school? Couldn't tell you. We've almost been live for 4 hours, actually. Thank you, Harold, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Might be just to my north now.
Have a good night, Queens. Or Queen, appreciate you tuning in.
Not by much, though.
Man never sleeps. I don't get as much sleep as I used to. Having to make videos at night, or not like night, but like very early in the morning and stuff does not help. Tough schedule.
Alright. North we go. To the North Road. Alright.
Hey, Mary, for the super chat. Appreciate that.
I don't see anything. I don't see any reason to stop at the moment. I'm gonna go to the north option. up at the north option.
The Demon also for becoming a maximum velocity member. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Such a scuddy storm. That's kind of what it's turned into. It's turned into a very scuddy sort of setup. Structure. Well, guys, I gotta say, I think the cheese curds did kick in finally. It took a little while, but I think the cheese curds just kicked in.
Should be paid.
Had them back on Monday. Couple days late, but you know. Or was that Sunday? It might have been Sunday. Yeah, it was Sunday. Okay. Well, it kicked in a few days late, you know. Cheese curds did finally kick in. But I think... I'm not positive yet. It's too early to tell for sure, but I do think this storm is losing its grip. Velocities are definitely broader than before. And we still have a hook, just doesn't look as impressive. So... think you're going live tomorrow? I'm thinking I'm going live tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. I'm surprised how long we've been live today, to be honest. I thought we'd be live for like an hour or two and that'd be it. We're live for almost 4 hours. Yeesh. I'm gonna wait for like a couple more scans and see what happens. I think Corey's back. We're gonna go back to Corey because he still has a pretty good view of this. Still radar indicated on the latest update. Make sure to answer the poll in the chat, by the way. Yeah, very scuddy base. SBC will probably issue an enhanced risk tomorrow. I don't know. Let me look real quick. I haven't looked. I mean, I looked at tomorrow like a couple hours ago. The hodographs are enough for tornadoes, especially in Minnesota. I still wouldn't be surprised with a 5% in Minnesota or western Wisconsin tomorrow. Thank you, Alpha, for the becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Just real quick, this is what tomorrow looks like, and we'll probably be live tomorrow as long as this forecast continues as is. Line of thunderstorms will develop around 3 to 4 o'clock, moving right towards Minneapolis. 5, 6 o'clock, they move into Wisconsin. 7, 8 o'clock, it continues to move east. It doesn't look like a discrete supercell kind of day like today, but it does look like embedded tornadoes in that line of thunderstorms will be possible. Tornado parameter values definitely a little bit more elevated compared to what we've seen recently. So I do think tomorrow is definitely in play for a live stream. I wouldn't guarantee a live stream, but I would say it's very likely that will be live tomorrow. With a slight risk right now. I don't know if this will go enhanced, but I could see there being an enhanced wind threat in eastern Minnesota and western Wisconsin, and possibly even a 5% tornado risk. So I could see both of those things happening. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens, but that's what I'm thinking. So with that said, we will probably have a video tomorrow morning. I will have a tornado, or I will have a tornado. Yeah, I'll have a tornado tomorrow morning. No, I'll have a video tomorrow morning. More than likely. So. Is it on the ground? Honor thinks it's back on the ground. Or apparently. Brandon says it's on the ground with a suction vortex. Again. Velocities are just so broad on radar now. Maybe something brief or something like that. Kopic just said there was one on the ground too. Probably just something small.
Old nighttime. Can't tell what's going on.
Hey, Chris, for the super chat. Absolutely. How in-depth do you study April 27th at school? Are you talking about like study for my exam or study for the weather? Yes, I did a lot of studying for that whatever exam. I'm guessing that was Dynamics. Dynamics was a ton of studying for that. Thank you, Hal, for the $5 super chat. Post-college plans, I mean, this right now, but that could always change. We'll have to wait and see. But this right now would be my plan. Brandon Kopic said he sees a cone. Let's go to Brandon Kopic, who's again on YouTube and Radar Omega. How's school going so far?
Cone over there.
Give it a little bit of time.
Dang it,
it's too early. Too early to know.
Sold out.
Check back in a week or two.
Might be driving further tonight. Yeah, I can see the scud rising up underneath it, but nothing too much.
Brandon thinks there's twins coming down right now.
Hey. Ow. The hell's over here?
Oh, you see that? The tube? Oh, tornado. Tornado coming down. Tube coming down right now. Tube coming down.
Do you want to be on television? That was the initial plan. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Why is it so glitchy? It's just nighttime. It's a night vision camera. YouTube boat. Appreciate you tuning in. Are we talking about April 27th, 2011? Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about April 27th of this year? Because I'm pretty sure we had severe weather on one of those last days of April. One of those last days of April, I had a final exam and I had to study a crap ton, and I also had to like cut off a stream so I could go take the exam. I don't know what day it was, but it was in late April. Thank you, Noah, for the $5 super chat. I definitely don't create tornadoes, but I do appreciate the super chat. Yeah, the rotation's recycling again. This is the latest scan. It's like right over Connor too. Looks like it's cycling again. Got that mezzo handoff right over Highway 10. Probably gonna have another tornado here in a moment. And that's literally right where Connor is. We're gonna go to Connor. I think. They're all kind of in the same spot. Yeah, there's a funnel. Brandon thinks it's coming down. I think it's coming down. I think Connor just said it's coming down. Velocities are tightening again on radar right over Highway 10. We have another tornado on the ground here.
Right in front of us. Right in front of us. Oh, big white funnel.
I think I'm gonna go back to Brandon because I think Brandon has a little bit clearer of a shot. Yeah, right there in the middle. You can see it right there. That's the shot.
I know.
That's coming down again.
This is ridiculous.
It's almost all the way down. 3/4 of the way now.
Ah, looks like it's crapping out there. Yep.
It's still there. Look at how good it looks up top.
Tornado warning literally just got canceled, I think. Or it expired. I don't know what to tell you. I don't... There's no warning on this. If you're in Eureka, I mean, seek shelter. I don't know. There's no tornado warning, though, on this for some reason. I think they just canceled it. Still have a little bit of a funnel there. It's not on the ground, but it is still... There is still a funnel. Yeah, there should be a warning on this. The velocities are not super impressive on the latest scan. They were a little bit stronger a moment ago. Again, this is Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega. You can kind of see it in the middle there. It's... I'm gonna go back to Corey too. They're kind of in the same spot. That funnel that we did have, I think, lifted. Connor says it's a fat funnel. I don't see any fat funnel here. We're gonna see if we can see it here.
Whew. I lit it up. Still there.
Connor says it's still there. I don't see it.
Still there, chat. I still see it. It's a big bowl now.
It's hard to see. It's there. Just gotta get a good lightning strike, and you can kind of see it.
At this point, we just can't see it that good. Big bowl still. Big old bowl. Sorry about the hazards, guys. Gotta keep the hazards on. Oh, it's right in front of us now. Whoa, check it out. It's right in front of us.
Yeah, just a little bit of something there. I'm gonna go back to Corey.
That bowl.
Okay. It's back to Corey again. Just a lot of lightning, but I'm still not really seeing any lowering anymore. There was a much more clear funnel about like 3 or 4 minutes ago. I think it's more just a wall cloud again. Back to Connor. Velocities right now are definitely a bit broader.
Still in front of us.
Again, this is currently west of Eureka.
Big fat bull funnel we just had, chat.
In South
I can't
Dakota.
See it now.
Where we're currently
Either
at.
Literally about to be on top of me and kill me, or it dissipated. One or the other. It's a night, so I can't tell. Couldn't tell if it ever reached the ground.
This is the rotation right now in the storm. It's not nearly as strong as a moment ago. It did tighten for a second. I do still think the tornado threat is going down, not up. It's definitely not going up,
right
but
in front of us.
like long term. Short term, it could go
I think
up.
it's to the
but
left now.
it is still discrete. Let's see what the latest velocity scan shows. I'm surprised though that there's no tornado warning on this, even though like the rotation isn't as impressive or whatever. But you know, we still do have at least a funnel, or at least a lowering. Not, but we did have a funnel a moment ago.
Should be crossing the road.
Velocity's still showing some circulation.
James, welcome to Bear's Cage. This thing just won't stop trying to produce tornadoes.
Just a non-stop storm tonight.
This thing won't stop trying to produce tornadoes, chat. It's just so they just dropped the tornado warning, but we just had a big freaking funnel. So I don't know why they did that. We just had a huge funnel. So I have no idea why they dropped the tornado. I still see it actually. I still see a nub. I still see a nub. It's still rotating right there. It's on the left side of the road now.
Hey Shelba, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
This still needs to be tornado warned. I don't.
Ben caught a massive funnel.
Just may have produced a tornado. I couldn't see
did.
ground contact because it's night, but it was a thick funnel. Dude, I can see the whole freaking. Oh my god! I can see the whole Cinnabon. This thing's still cranking up there. It's like a whole Cinnabon structure to it. Just crossed the highway. Yeah, literally just crossed the highway. Big time Cinnabon structure. I don't see the funnel anymore, but it is swirling up above.
Cinnabon? I want one.
Swirling.
Sounds good. Now, the storm should be weakening in general. Max is staring very intently at something. I was looking at Twitter. I was typing something. I just retweeted a photo of that funnel cloud. Possible tornado near Eureka a few minutes ago. On Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to check it out.
You guys can see it.
It's a little bit difficult to see again since it's nighttime.
Right here. It might still be funnel even. Might still even be a...
That's not it. That is low signal. It did not just magically go to daytime. This is the latest velocity scan. Still a little bit of circulation, just not really that strong. Just a little bit of circulation right now. Connor still has a view of it swirling. Kind of see it there in the middle of your screen.
Still swirling. Just to my north.
What happened to the poll? I ended it. We'll probably rate Connor after this.
Still swirling right there, chat.
Swirling makes me think of a cupcake frosting. Thanks for your input. Appreciate that. Latest scan just broadened out the velocities entirely, so I think there's a pretty good chance that that was the last hurrah. Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with this. Let me go back to base velocities. I just don't. I'll give it another scan. I don't see this dropping another tornado unless it really reorganizes, which it is. It's trying to reorganize, but it should be going towards mostly rural areas. So we're gonna stay live here at least for a few more minutes. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows. There is a solid chance that this does recycle as it moves northeast towards Highway 47. Could drop another tornado somewhere up in here in northern South Dakota. With it being nighttime, it is just so hard to see this stuff right now. We see another PDS? I don't think we will, but I wouldn't rule it out. This storm's been pretty potent for a while. It's still a favorable environment really for the next few hours, but with it being such a low population density, and plus I've been live for 4 hours and I need to do some stuff, I just don't think we need to stay live for just this storm. Because there's a chance that this just doesn't produce again and it just kind of fizzles out. We'll see what the velocity show, though. And if we're going live tomorrow, I definitely have to prep for that. Because we'll probably be live tomorrow for longer than today if tomorrow looks interesting. Or we could be live longer tomorrow, we'll see. The velocity's on the latest scan, still showing broader. They just issued...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
They have
is
issued
on
an
the
observed
ground.
tornado warning on
Seek
the
shelter
storm.
Immediately.
So there is now an observed tornado warning for this storm near Eureka. Which I'm guessing is what we just saw a few minutes ago. Let me check what this says here. This is Weather Spotters confirmed tornado near Eureka. I think this was a few minutes ago, though. I don't think this is now. That's what Connor thinks, too. This is observed, so if you're on the warning, obviously seek shelter. See what the population shows. There's no end to the stream for you? I mean, if we don't see anything definitive on radar, or if we don't have any sort of, like, word from any of our chasers that there's something on the ground still, then I think we're just gonna wind it down, because I have to do some stuff. And I really didn't expect we'd be live for 4 hours today, so. Well, again, we'll see what it looks like over the next few minutes. Because I think this is delayed. Because Ben Williams, as of 9 minutes ago, had a photo of it potentially being on the ground. I don't know what the... Again, they don't really list what report it is or whatever, what time, but... See what it looks like on radar, though. What the velocities look like. Guess the National Weather Service didn't want you to end. Imagine. Who are all the chasers on the ground? Brandon Kopic was one. He's winding up. He's winding down, though, I think. Corey Gherkin. And Connor Croft. Tyler Kurtz. We also had PA Storm Trackers and Ben Williams. Basically six different chasers in the field. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The risk for tornadoes is in the process of diminishing. However, some risk for severe hail and localized wind will linger into the overnight. So that's the latest in this area, again, in both North and South Dakota. Latest velocity scan. Again, I'm just not really seeing much, honestly. Give it one more scan and see if anything happens. If it still looks this broad, though, I mean, I just think that this is just a delayed warning. How come you never mentioned Freddie McKinney? We don't work with him, so that's why I didn't mention him. All right, we'll see what the velocity scan shows here in a second. Could this hold any longer? I mean, it's held for pretty long, but it's definitely becoming more disorganized. I could still see there being another brief tornado between now and before it gets to, like, the North Dakota, South Dakota border, but it's just such a rural area at this point. Power flash? I don't think there's a power flash. I think it was just lightning, what Connor's looking at. Hopefully all the tornadoes that we had today were hopefully just missed everything. There aren't that many, again, places that were in the track of this today, but hopefully it was just in all the tornadoes were hopefully just in farms or something like that. Why don't you work with Freddie? Just, I mean, we would. Just complications. I don't know what to tell you. We're good friends, trust me. Like, we talk a lot, but unfortunately, just complications. Can't get a contract with him. I don't know. Just is what it is. Can't really do much about it. It's not his fault, by the way. It's not him at all. Because again, we talk all the time. Like, we talk a lot. But sometimes you can't get everybody. It's because of Reed? No, it has nothing to do with Reed. No, it does not have anything to do with Reed. Max Velocity versus Freddie McKinney golf match win. We did Top Golf. When he was here in Florida, we went to Top Golf. Connor had to go with his grandparents and we played Top Golf. I think I posted a video on Twitter of that, but when I had to bring him to the airport, we did a little hour of Top Golf. Business and friendship are two different things. 100% agree. Yeah, like me and Freddie, we're really good friends. I mean, like, I would love to work with him, but I'd rather be good friends than have, you know, a situation where, you know, business and friendships are kind of like in the way, if you know what I mean. Like me and Connor, we are both friends and, you know, we work together. It's a little bit difficult in some aspects when it comes to that. I'd much rather just be good friends with Freddie. So, be way better, in my opinion. Latest velocity scan still showing not much. I would bet this tornado warning just gets canceled here soon. Unless there's some definitive evidence of there being a tornado. So, advantage for the super chat. We have chasers, but most of the chasers that we work with, they're just mostly people that I know of. So, Max Velocity versus Ryan Hall golf match win? Dude, we're not doing a golf match. He doesn't even play golf. Maybe like a mini golf match. What degree am I working towards? Meteorology. Guessing Reed wants top dollar. I've never really talked to Reed about working with him, so. Anything in the future for Oklahoma City? Nah. Nah, not really. Nothing really soon. I mean, the next thing that would be there would just be like rain, and that's like the next few days. So, yeah, storm media brokers are very difficult. Like I've tried, just doesn't work. But that's all I'll say about it. Just doesn't work out for whatever reason. We will probably have a members only stream this weekend, probably. So stay tuned for that. If you're a member of the channel, you'll be able to see that. If you want to become a member, it is the top link in the description. It's also the join button down below. If you want to become a member of the channel. Is Connor just sitting there because? No, I think he's just watching the storm and what's left of it. I've talked to Ryan Hall. Yeah, I've talked to him before. When's your golf match against Reed happening? I have no clue. Guys, I don't have any clue. It might happen sometime soon. It might happen in like 2 years. I don't know. It's you know, it's a ways away if it happens though. Probably. I think if it happened, it would probably be like next summer or like the following year or something. You never know. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today. I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. We're gonna raid Connor, so stay tuned. Don't leave the stream. You'll be redirected to Connor Croft. Just say Max Velocity raid in his chat or something. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream. Again, I don't think this is on the ground anymore, so I mean, at this point, it's a dying storm. But if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Have ways to receive alerts. You know, it's kind of a dying storm. If you want to see any tornado footage, it's on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. You can also re-watch this stream. It was crazy for a couple hours there. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, Venmo'd. If you did anything like that, really do appreciate your support. Helps the channel out a lot. Letting us be able to use chasers as well really does help out the page a lot with all that sort of stuff. So do appreciate you guys all tuning in. Next time I'll see you will probably be tomorrow. I'll probably be live again tomorrow. So click the bell icon down below so you're notified if and when I go live. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure to say Max Velocity raid or something along those lines in Connor's chat, and we'll see you guys all again soon. All right, have a good one.